Greetings, world. Here we are streaming out to you from the Nonstop Vision Train Global Art Jam on our second anniversary. And here we are. We're recording for all posterity. And hello, Facebook world. Hello, everyone tuning in from the different parts of the planet and the solar system and the universe, and everyone that's here on the Vision Train with us. Thank you for being here. I'm here with my co-captain, Alicia Sacred Heart, and so many wonderful creators. And we are looking forward to sharing with you some of the beautiful works that have come through us on the train in the past couple years, and many beautiful shares.
Yes, thank you, Amanda, for bringing us all here today, 2 years ago. It has been a beautiful journey, and so many incredible works of art have been created in this call that we're on right now. And we cannot wait to see some of what you guys are going to share that you have birthed in this womb space. Who's first up on our list today?
Well, first we're going to share, for those tuning in, just a little bit about the train, and then we're going to jump into some of the shares. And yeah, let me pull that up. And so here we are. Guardians of Gaia is our theme for today, and this has been a very underlying current, I think, that has drawn us all to be a part of the Vision Train, which is a platform for creative collaboration and education, where we are learning to become our best selves and use tools of the creative practice to express spirit and to transmit the inspiration that we feel through our unique perspectives. And the Guardians of Gaia. And we have a lot going on today, and have had already going on, as this is a 24/7 platform. We have crew that are from all time zones of the planet, and so you can always jump on board. This Zoom call has been going for 2 years. Every now and then it goes into the sleeper car, but for the most part, there's somebody here making art, and you are welcome to join us. And here on our Mighty Networks, you can find out about what is happening, and you can see all of the events in your time zone. And we have Random Rab, an amazing musician and producer and visionary, that will be joining us for a live ambient journey as we dive into our creations a bit later today. So come back for that, or stay on for the journey with us. It's going to be a beautiful time to deepen our practices together. I find that going into this kind of environment, in a live environment, is a really, really powerful thing. And yeah, so tune in here. And I just want to presence that March 24th, which is today, is about fresh starts and new beginnings. And let us honor the elements, the earth guardians, the water protectors, and the forest spirits. Let's wake the sleeping dragons and invite the angels. Invoke the spirits of healing and change. Let us join together to create some of the most meaningful work of our lives. Create work that will become rallying cries for a new regenerative movement. A movement that honors the earth and all its inhabitants. And I just want to give a shout out to my conductors and friends on the Vision Train. For those of you that have co-host, if you can keep an eye on the mute button, if anybody gets unmuted, that would be super helpful. And the Vision Train, well, where are we and where did this start? The Vision Train is something that dropped in and seeded itself into my being, I think, when I was a small child. In some ways, I feel like I was called in to be a part of this movement, a part of this peace train, a part of this journey to help us remember that we do have the solutions, we do have the potentials, and we are here. We are here to re-nourish, regenerate, remember at this time when the world is going through a great awakening. So this is a piece of a painting that I created. My name is Amanda Sage, for those of you tuning in and are like, who is this voice? Who are these people? And this painting called Regenerating Heaven on Earth, you can see this train here on this cycle touching down at this time where we are coming together around the fire, coming together in this circle, out of the boxes that we have created to evolve ourselves, the industries that we have developed in our great genius of creativity. We thought it was all a great idea at the time, but now we're coming to a point where we realize that the only way forward is by really remembering that everything is alive, and that we need to nourish ourselves and nourish each other, and really think of the generations ahead, and being within that presence now, and not waiting for another time and waiting for somebody else to fix this situation that we're in. And so each of us is important. It's up to each of us to come into that space of playing our part and being one of these train cars. Each one of us is one of these train cars. And so we're linking our cars together on this journey forward. And the Vision Train brings together a diverse global tribe of heart-centered artivists who are inspired to be of service to one another and the planet. On a decentral virtual platform, ideas, trade techniques, and leadership skills are encouraged, exchanged in a collaborative, co-creative environment. Visionary projects that bring attention to environmental and socio-cultural issues are integrated, amplified, and supported through the power of art, education, community, experimentation, and broadcasting. The Vision Train carries the seeds and tools to support a flourishing world that works 100% for all of life. And it was this was 2019, before the world changed in 2020, that I started this painting. It's titled The Vision Train. And you see the trains here coming right for us. And here at the center of this grid, which is really inspired by the grid of Burning Man, is, instead of the man, it's the sacred fire. And here is the circle of the indigenous, reminding us to ground and remember our roots and where we come from, and that those are the tools that are going to help us step forward in right relationship. And here are the domes of education and the regenerative villages. And this is a place of experiential immersion, a place to be surrounded by our community and to see what is possible, to remember what is possible. And here we are nestled right up next to the urban centers, the cities, the world that has been built through the Industrial Revolution. And the train as being this vessel that is this carrier of the industrial world is now going back on the tracks, carrying the good, carrying the gold, carrying all of the songs and the delicious foods and the dance and the all of the celebration, the art. And here we are blasting our visions out onto our canvases, onto our tables, onto our sketchbooks, however it is that you draw out your vision, now is the time. And, it's an iterative process. We are also connected. We are connected in this vision. And here I am looking straight at the viewer. This is my vision. This is what I see coming through when I keep showing up to my story, to the story that is coming through. And so, this story has been a journey. And as we're going along, it all of a sudden, here we came, 2020, and the great global change, the global pandemic took us online. And so it was 2 years ago today, actually at 3:33 Mountain Time, that we pressed go on this Zoom call. And we set the meeting to 24 hours and put it on repeat. And we're like, let's see what happens. And we invited a group of conductors, anybody that was showing up, who wants to help keep the train on the tracks? Let's train each other into what this means. And so for 8 months straight, 24/7, we had conductors and crew here constantly, coming up with new ideas and shares and interviewing each other, doing workshops, and it is still going. We don't have a system that is absolute in its consistency, but there's almost always somebody here. And I tell you, sometimes the renegade train is the best. And we're just getting started. This is something that is about not being perfect. It's about exploration. And it's a really exciting thing. So many friendships have been created here, relationships, and many of us have never met in person. But someday this train is going to be on the tracks and we're going to connect all the nodes in the real world too, spreading seeds of change. And this painting is called The Great Wave of Transformation. It's a piece that I did that started right before the pandemic started with my partner, Joe Bob Merritt. And here we are riding this wave, carrying all the tools and potential and the food and the goodness, the technology back on the tracks that took us to the end of the world. And in the froth of the wave are the children, is the music and all of the medicine, helping us at this time to remember the goodness that we have in our hearts, and that humanity is going to do it. We are going to achieve the great turning. And here we are, all circling around the fire, remembering the extraction, remembering what has been lost, and then looking up and seeing each other's faces and remembering that we've got this together. And this is something we've been doing for eons, coming together around the circle. And this is a beautiful time to remember. So thank you for being here with us. And here we are, gathering in this space, gathering on the train, to initiate new beginnings together. And this is a day of new beginnings. And with that, make sure to check out the Vision Train, follow us, stay on board, get on board, invite your friends, and yeah, join us for today. This is going to be a long day of shares, so welcome to jump on board the actual Vision Train Zoom, or to continue to check us out here on Facebook, and please share with your community. This is going to be a beautiful time. So, and with that, I want to zoom back into our creation station here on the train, and I know we have a few shares, and would love to invite Rosie Rose up as our first share, and I'm going to spotlight her.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I think what I wanted really more than a share is just to say, you know, how wonderful the train has been for me. But I do have a lot. I didn't pick one painting to show you because I wanted to show you how much I was able to produce in just 2 years because of the Vision Train. I'll try to, some of you know the story, but I had fallen down the steps carrying luggage and had a complete tear of my ligament in the end of January, and in February, the middle of February, I had surgery. So when Amanda called and said, we're starting the Vision Train, you know, I had been to classes with Amanda and we created our own little Vision Train cars. But here we were, at least going to start it virtually, but in our own little spaces. And I have to tell you, thank you, Amanda. Thank you, all the train car riders and conductors. It really got me out of a serious funk. I know I dragged myself up on my butt up the steps to get up here. And it made me stronger. And it also got me so inspired and met so many people all around the world that I consider my close friends. It's amazing. So just want to say how much I love all of you. So I'm going to just take my computer, let me unplug it here so I can move it a little bit. And what? I'm sorry, someone might be unmuted. So you can hear me, right? Okay, so most of my paintings, they have to do with connecting with nature or their deities. And I'm knocking things over. Okay. And so every one of these was either finished on the Vision Train, or as in this case, started on the Vision Train. This was part of Amanda's class of portraits. And so is this. And that was a commission. This was part of our mushroom exhibit. And I see deities and everything. So I see deities and Jimi Hendrix, the bird goddess. So some of them are self-created, traditional and non-traditional. So I hope that I didn't move too much, and hope you were able to see it. I have a lot of work that I appreciate, you know, was inspired and helped me along on the Vision Train, and all the advice and critiques that we gave each other lovingly was terrific. So thank you all.
Thank you, Rosie. You've been an awesome conductor here. This inclusive space, truly an environment of collaboration and friendship. You know, thank you for being a part of this and flying that peace flag.
Yeah. And I wanted to add one more thing. Every painting I do has an intention. So it's either for love, to spread love because it's contagious, or for some kind of healing. So I encourage everybody to do that as well. When you start a painting, write it on the back. And I know Anya is here and she's a big intention person too. So yeah, spread the love, baby. It's more contagious than COVID.
Woo woo. Oh. And so we have up next, Danielle. Danielle, are you ready to share?
I am. I have a bit of a testimonial, starting with Amanda, our engineer. I've been a student of Amanda's for over a decade, And I've shown up in different places in the world feeling very alone and uncertain, with a tremendous amount of confidence, knowing that she'd be there and her crew would be there and we would make a crew and make things happen. And I feel fortunate to have been at a couple of actual vision train stations, both at Burning Man and at Envision Festival, filling out the templates that I hope everyone will download and find a copy of and put their dreams in. I hope you can hear me all right. I know we're doing the Guardian, so we came into here. I would like to share for a moment. So I was sort of enjoying COVID and at home and not driving and not massaging and being on the train. And you know what they say when life looks like easy street, danger's at your door. And in November of 2020, my son died by suicide. And there was the tidal wave of all the grief and sorrow that COVID had brought on my doorstep. And if it weren't for the vision train, I don't know where I would have been, because I took some notes here. But together, you know, I have the greatest allies and friends who sat on the phone with me and read me the Course in Miracles. I came here every Friday and we'd break bread and read the Artist Way, a chapter in Rosie, and that was so special. And somehow or another, Lisette was already hosting the Art of Dying Cafe. And I came to the Art of Dying every week to share my grief and listen to podcasts and listen to others share. And I don't know if anyone knows what an Art of Dying Cafe is, but there it was already there. It was already there for me, and I was here. And so I can't really put into words what all this meant for me, but it was my guide and my rock, and I've made so many friends and learned so much and gotten to know so many of you. I made this painting after that. And this is the painting of my two archangels who died in those 2 months, dancing in the afterworld in the heavens, and me here conjecturing, trying to find some joy, find some peace, find some cosmic laugh. This is my mom here looking over my son, and my guardian Dennis, who passed away a couple of months later. And so I shared this morning in our critique session. I haven't really pulled it out, so I'm activating it here now with everybody, and I'd like to work on it some more. So this aspect of painting together and sharing together was a true way for me to work through my grief and find a functioning way to incorporate my grief into my life rather than just be incapacitated. And art is tremendous for that. And this community, and especially Amanda's workshops, they're not just painting workshops. We go so deep in our portraits and our self-reflection, in what we hear, in our criticisms of ourselves, and working beyond these things. So it's very much a psychological process, and our host is very agile on that. And our theme for today is Guardians of the Gaia. And I painted this painting, it's kind of really on phase 1, but this is a painting of Manari Ushigua. And Manari is a Sapara First Nations man from Ecuador. And I consider our First Nations people to be the guardians of Gaia that we ought to remember. And I met Manari at the World Ayahuasca Conference in Spain. And I was very happy to run into him in the food court of Costa Rica. I was very surprised and overjoyed to see him. And if you I recommend giving him a follow. He does some work, and he voices for the First Nations of Ecuador and all over the world. And I want to make a segue here because there's a man, and his name's Stephen Donziger, and he's a lawyer who represented the First Nations of Ecuador against the oil companies, and he's under house arrest because the oil companies have fancy lawyers who keep him there. And this is where we're at with Gaia. We're at a phase where we're remembering our First Nations, and we're also at a pivotal time where we need to switch our directive to the future and our sustainable ways. And this is kind of the last little piece where I'm going now, Gaia's Gardens. And I think that's about it. So thank you. I could talk some more, I'm sure, but we have a big day, and I hope everyone stays tuned.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Your presence and your journey and your transparency, through all of this is just a reflection of how, how human we are, and that being here is like, you comfort your presence is a comforting presence to me, and I know to so many others. And the depth of the journey is so powerful. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you. Love you. Love all of you.
And so next up we have Lauren. Lauren Dharma Awakenings is going to join us and share some works and some of her inspirations from being on the Vision Train. Thank you, Lauren, for being here.
It's a pleasure, Amanda. I just am so full of amazement and love for all of you, and it's been such a treat for me. It's really been amazing. My journey hasn't been as deep into the depths of things as perhaps Danielle has gone, but we moved from the East Coast to the West Coast in May of 2020. And the first thing that happened to me is I discovered the Vision Train. And it was like a lifeline to me for my art, because I had been very deeply involved with the Chapel of Sacred Mirrors and all the teachers that came through there, including Amanda. And I did a couple classes with Amanda there, and just was wondering how I was going to transition remaining into art. I mean, in the middle of actually building a space, while I had a little corner of the living room. And let's see, I'm just going to share my screen a little bit. Let's see where it says, yes, desktop share. Yeah, so I'll just share a couple of things I did. Amanda did a class called Transformations, and so I hopped on with that, and one of the first things I did was this little charcoal drawing, and it was so much fun because it reminded me how much I really needed to ground myself into reality and doing figurative work. And this was the first little sketch I did, little dragon guy. And this was another sketch I did with a couple of flowers I found in my environment. California poppies are everywhere up here, and which is kind of amazing to me because they're, so ephemeral, seemingly,
Lauren,
but they just grow like everywhere. So,
Lauren, you stopped sharing.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it didn't say I stopped sharing. It says I am screen sharing. That's interesting. Well, I will stop it, and then I will start.
I could see it.
You could see it? Okay, I'll just start it again and see if that works. Okay, can everybody see it now?
Yes.
Yeah. So the culmination of that class, which I did mainly on the Vision Train, was this piece here, which was kind of like, it was like me realizing a new space and all the energy that came from being in this new space at the same time as integrating what I had been learning before. And this is now hanging up in another room, so it'd be easier for me to share on my screen. And this is also something I did on the train, of course, because we had this call for the mushroom art, and I did this all in one sitting, basically, in a little tiny notebook that I had. But this has been, you know, a lot of fun. And let's see what else. So the next year, oh yeah, so there was another thing we did with Olga Klimova, I believe, and this was a very interesting class. And another thing I started around at the end of that year was this green darner, just celebrating again, you know, this beautiful space that I find myself in this mountain here, which I feel is my muse, Mount Baker, which is known as Como Koshan. And so the next year there were so many things that went on, and one of the things was the fantastic realism class with Michael Fuchs, and this was the culmination of, this is one of the culminations of this one. The main piece that I did for that class was the Ganesh picture that I came up with, and that was interesting because I started with a little statue of Ganesh, and I was using the statue to like image this elephant being here, and it just didn't work. And Michael suggested going with real pictures of elephants, so of course that's how I actually was able to like make a more convincing elephant. But yeah, and it's been so much for me. I mean, I just like, this is like all these things that I've done, like connected with the vision train, you know, including I like to share this a little bit. So, you know, every Wednesday, Alicia had these wonderful classes with figure drawing. And that's been so awesome for me to get back to basics. Get back to the basics and be doing some real life stuff. And I'd pick it up and show you more because there's more figures, but that I think is enough. I started this little guy and started it on the vision train. And my latest one is the burrowing owl, which I started and finished in about a month on the vision train. And above it is the frog that I did with Dave and Deloria last year. And so down here is another thing I did with Michael. And another thing I did with Michael. But I also was doing all these things on the vision train too, because the vision train, if I'm on the vision train, I'm making art. If I'm not on the vision train, I could be doing any number of things, but it's a dedicated space for making art. And it's inspiring because you get to see what everybody else is doing, you get to share what's going on. And I really appreciate everything you've done and started this wonderful vision that you had, Amanda. And I am really pleased and inspired to be able to help out whatever way I can.
Thank you, Lauren. It's beautiful to have your presence here and all the offerings that you've also shared around your journey and meditation. And, you know, this is a space to not only absorb, but also to share the gifts that we carry. And I really appreciate your presence. And thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So I'm going to invite Jeet up here. Jeet, are you, who's tuning in all the way from the other side of the planet, he's also going to share some of his inspiration and work from being a part of the Vision Train.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Oh, it's
Hi,
such
Jeet.
a blessing to be on the train every day. And it was really tough when, that the train came into our lives and we couldn't really have social friends and not meet up people. and it was really difficult to get inspiration as a community. And that's when the Vision Train came into our lives, and I met so many amazing people here, such heartful people who are so I'm so grateful to these guys to inspire me, and I've been learning with you all continuously since then, and I think I've improved a lot in my work, like personally, learning from everyone on the train, all the amazing wisdom that everyone shares. And I would like to share a little presentation of my little work. Right. So it's a little bit of self-love. I'm basically a textile and fashion artisan from India. I love to work with hands and make things with my hands, and which generally comprise of textiles and dyes presently as my medium. Um, so my basic technique that I use is tie dyeing and shibori, which is like putting together fabric and dyeing them in patterns and textures with the help of fabric dyes. So why do I do it is, first off, is it's like a intentional play on fabric. I feel it's like a healing experience for me as the doer, and also for the experiencer. If somebody's watching it or even practicing it together, it's a very healing experience. And like how we fold the fabric, it and the textures and geometry that we can get out of different folds, it's really amazing. And we can't really predict like the finished product right away. So that's one of the things that I really like about the technique, is that there's always this part of the unknown that we do not know, and sometimes happy accidents to witness. So I'll share a couple of pieces that I made. This one is called The Spirit of Fire. It's about the willingness, I think, and it's about our also our awareness and presence while we are transiting through different states of consciousness. This one is called the Kal Bhairava. It's an Indian god. It's a form of Shiva, which also kind of is like an angry version of Shiva who goes into destruction mode. And beside the tie dye piece, there's a process a little bit when how I do it and how the tied piece looks. And this one's called the Buddha Contemplation. This is another piece from 2020, just before COVID. This one's Ma Kali rendition. This is my expression of Ma Kali, who's the consort of Shiva. And she's iconic with her tongue sticking out. That happened when she also went on a rampage to kill all the demons, and Shiva is the only person who can stop Ma Kali. But he knew that you can't like stop her just by physical or just telling her to stop. So he lied down on the ground as a sadhu, and when Ma Kali was like on her rampage, and she suddenly stepped on Shiva unknowingly, and when she realized that, that's when she was like, "Oh my God!" So that's how she
Hij maakt
her.
het als met attack, ne?
Hmm?
Hij maakt het attack. As a attack.
This one is like one of my recent pieces. It's called I call her Ma Shakti. It's a little. It's my expression towards the flow and the divine feminine in a way. How two energies, the white and the black, or the light and the shadow. Shiva and Shakti are two opposites and two sides of the polarity. So yeah, quality of another work. Uh, Other than making artistic textiles, I also love to collaborate and co-design products. And there's one of my visions, which is also like a part of the Design Science Studio, a project with them, and it's called a sustainable craft village, which is basically like a co-design space and a co-creating space wherein artisans, artists, collaborators, and creators of all kind can come together and coexist together, like in a safe space where we have sustainable energy, we have food, slow food, and handcrafted fashion, and we have our daily exhibitions, and we share knowledge and skills and food and all the resources together. This is an example of a collaboration that I did this time. I hope
Thank
that
you, Jeet.
thank you so much.
It's such a pleasure to have you with us and to see your work evolved. It's really beautiful to see this presentation too. Thank you for really integrating into this international community and bringing all the treasures with you. Looking forward to what's ahead.
Thank you so much, Amanda.
Oh, yes. So next up, we have a little blast in by from our friend Stephen Brooks, who's popping in here from Costa Rica. Stephen in the house, who's building eco villages, and is the fruit god and friends with the fruit gods. And I just wanted to thank you for coming here on our anniversary. You've been a supporter of the Vision Train all along. You're on the train. You got that fruit car and that eco village car. And what do you have to share with us? A big heart? Oh my goodness.
I have a heart.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And hello, everybody. I just cannot believe 2 years of the train. Like, it's just so magical from an idea to like just, people believing in it. And it's just, the train is off. The train has left the station and it feels so great. I'm like just looking at all of your surroundings, all of you. And I've been so involved with, Amanda and I hosted a bunch of groups down here in Costa Rica. And just seeing the way that you are able to help people extract their talent is just so magical, Amanda. Like I feel like I've witnessed it just so firsthand. And thank you so much for all that you're doing and all of you out there just making this world more beautiful. And Jeet, I really, really related with that last image, because I guess that's what I'm going to talk about for a minute. I do just want to introduce you to this dear friend that literally grew right there. It's called Pink Anona. It doesn't even actually have a real name because my friend created it. It's a cross between a cherimoya and a custard apple. And it's just like biting into God or goddess. It's so amazing. It's like this little white, fluffy deliciousness. I'm totally obsessed with plants. I'm an ethnobotanist. As a matter of fact, I have this program called Ecoversity, and I just gave a 2-hour virtual plant walk. And it was really hot and right in the sun, and I'm like totally sunburned. But it was epic. I love the study of the relationship between human beings and plants. There's so many amazing, incredible plants out there. As a matter of fact, I have a huge ayahuasca vine. And for a long time, it grows right outside my bedroom window, and it's like covering this whole tree, but I hadn't gone to the base of it in a while until today with this group. And it's literally, the vine's like that big around. We grow so here. I can even just turn around here for a second, just to give you a glimpse of where I am. This here is called La Ecovilla, and it's a community that I co-founded in 2006. And there's 45 families living here from 22 countries. Did you want to see? I think that Sani just brought her daughter, so I need to show her daughter. Oh, she ran away again. Oh no. I feel like she came over to see, and then I see that. Yay, it's the jungle. And most of this stuff in the foreground are all fruit trees that I've planted over the last 15 years. And so and there's another community that we started up the street called Tacotal, which is 25 families. And then right across the street here is another 145 families on 170 acres. So the idea of creating villages and merging this kind of awakening with land and projects and really breaking our chains from this broken matrix that we're all so clear isn't working, yet somehow we continue to endure it and we keep going back to it, and we're addicted to our yoga class in Venice or our Whole Foods or our, and I just want to invite everybody to break your chains and to really find your tribe and get clear on the criteria of the land that you're seeking and come together. And as a matter of fact, and I'm just going to do it right now, Amanda and I have been talking for a long time, speaking for a long time. There's a property about 20 minutes from here that I actually just spent all morning on horseback, and it's 1,250 acres. And the idea is to create a visionary art village, so we used to do these residencies at Punta Mona with Amanda, and there's no reason why the train is going on. Why can't we just create this residency happening all year round? And those that really want to be all the time, creating the village around it. So the idea at this property is to basically create the community of communities. Like there'll be art focus and there could be yoga focus. And we're going to have an ecoversity campus there and a boarding high school and 100-hectare food forest and incredible reforestation. And the property has 140 hectares of 21-year-old teak. So like the whole village is ready to build. We're nestled between two towns. One is called Atenas, and Atenas is known by National Geographic as having the best climate on Earth. Wait, hold on. Let me just, can you guys hear the birds singing to us right now? Hold on. And then the other town just over that way is called Orotina, and it's the fruit capital of Costa Rica. So we're nestled in this just water abundant, just most epic area. You know, people, you know, our egos have been like driving us to the cities and to the ocean front properties and the ocean view, but the place to live is where the good climate and the good water is for farming and for living. And so I just want to invite everybody to think really big and just to remember that things are the way they are, but they don't need to be this way. And we have like the full on opportunity, and we have 54 people right here, right now. Imagine like if we just took out our big clamp scissors and broke our chains and just decided like, let's do this. Let's co-create villages together and schools and agriculture. And then the other thing is I'm one of the co-founders of the Envision Festival. So I'm so dedicated to creating experiences that just crack people open. And so the idea is in this property, as a matter of fact, we really toured this area today that I knew was ideal for a permanent festival site. You know, Envision got pretty big. It grew to about 10,000 people. Like I'm more excited about, you know, 8 times a year doing 1,500 person events that are co-created by all of our separate villages. And so, yeah, we're really, really, really onto something here. And I just cordially invite all of you. Amanda's coming very soon, even though she doesn't know it yet. And yeah, this is all unfolding in a way that it just feels like, and I'm here, I am preaching to the choir that we're all tuning into the same station. We're all seeing the same movie, just like different parts and in different focus, but it's time for us to really find where do we want to be in 5 years or in 10 years, and what are the steps we need to take right now to start getting us there. And so yeah, I could leave a couple minutes for questions. Amanda, I freaking love you so much and deeply. It's like I feel it in every one of my cells, and I have so many.
Oh, thank you for being the seed planter. Stephen, you have been a beacon of light for so many, and your enthusiasm and your fearlessness, you know, to really dream the vision and do it. And that is you know, to share these visions here with us. You know, it's really about connecting these nodes and becoming, you know, stewards of the earth wherever we are, you know,
Yes.
becoming really like responsible, you know, for the land we stand on right now, and then connecting with each other as we're really in this like global space. And so I really invite everybody to connect with Stephen Brooks and his projects.
Yeah,
follow what he's doing. You know, we're streaming now to Unify, and I want to say thank you, Unify, too, for being
I love Unify. What a
beacon.
Geez, Unify. Of course you're streaming it.
Yeah, thank you so much for, you know, connecting so many people that are looking for inspiration and looking for solutions, looking for ways to tap in. And Stephen, you're really one of those lighthouses. So thank you so much. We're going to keep running here on our train because we got so many stops to get to today, but I'm so glad that you stopped in.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
this is
I
just
threw
the
my little
beginning.
handles. I threw my handles there in the chat. If anybody wants to connect, wants to come down and is ready to join the Visionary Art Village here in Costa Rica, we're getting set for you.
This train's just getting started, and it's great to have that affirmation today.
Love you guys.
Love you.
Love you, Amanda.
Love
Mwah.
you.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. So
Oh, and
next up,
breadfruit. We got breadfruit all over.
oh,
I
bread
saw
fruit.
that in the
Oh,
chat.
I want some jackfruit too right now. It's some
Yeah,
dirty
so
and
much
some
dripping, dripping, all of it. Love you.
So next up we have Sani in the house, and Sani is
Hi,
also here with another sweet friend.
this is
Would you two like to
Katie.
introduce?
This is
Str-
Katie, my
Casey's
7-year-old daughter. Yeah,
streaming in from Ireland.
yeah. We're so happy to be here. Happy birthday, everybody. All the beautiful people that have come into our lives over the last 2 years. Has been the most amazing space. I've been in the room with people that I could only have ever dreamed of before, because you know, we're all here together now because of COVID, and it's the one thing that I'm grateful to COVID for. Let's just say that. My art has just taken an uphill since I have come into the space, with everybody sharing their wisdoms, their techniques, introducing me to tools I never knew were available, and giving me the confidence to just create all the time. And like, I can't remember who said it earlier, Lauren, when you're on the train, you're making art. When you're not on the train, you're not making art. That was the way it was for me. So I have, the very first one I did was the mushroom journey. Oh, sorry. It was just a little one that came really free flowing that night. I was in a bad space, and my hobby to be made me sit down and paint, and that just opened it up for me in the vision train. And then I took one of Amanda's classes and I produced this wonderful piece that I love of Frida, and channeled Frida's energy, and my skill level just exploded because of Amanda's teachings and her generosity in her time and everything. And the inspiration, this was a vision that I had, but I didn't have the skills to bring it onto the canvas. My confidence in my art techniques has allowed me to really bring my spirit onto the canvas. And I'm so grateful for that, and for everybody that I've met on the train. And yeah, spirit is really coming through. I'm listening to my intuition, and it's just, it's amazing. So I have all these little, you know, little beings, little guides that are coming through. And this is the Phoenix Peace Pipe, or the Phoenix of Peace, coming out of the peace pipe in hopes that the world, you know, comes to peace one of these days soon. So thank you for everything. I love you all, and I can't wait to meet you all in person someday. And I have a train track right outside my house if anybody wants to come and ride the train with me, just saying.
Yes.
And Katie would like to share a painting too.
About to ask about that because I can't wait. Do you want to tell us about it, Katie?
I did this with my friend Sarah last year in 2021, and Sarah did this side and I did this side.
And what's the painting about?
Space.
It's about space and love, isn't it? Love and rainbows and the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Katie loves nature, and she's on her the Green Earth Committee in school, and she has ridden the train. She's been on the train with me a lot and has had the influence of the love and the light on the train also.
Fireball.
Do you want to say happy birthday to everyone? Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Katie. I absolutely love your presence being with us on the train. And, you know, you're definitely an Earth guardian, a guardian of Gaia. And,
She is.
and at this age, to already be committed in this way, it is such an inspiration. And we love you.
We love you too, Amanda. Thank you for everything.
Thanks, Sunny. Oh, so wonderful. And so we have one more share for now until we move into our next segment. Bye. Laura's Spirit Song is joining us from Lithuania. And Laura has been a real dedicated train rider recently. And I found her many times on the train when no one else was here. And we've shared space, this creative space together, you know, diving into the art. And Laura, thank you for your presence.
I hope, hello all, and I hope my internet connection is quite good to hear because I experienced trouble before, so it's cool.
You're good.
I want to thank for this. Yeah, I'm really grateful for the spirit and for you all for this space. And I will share my journey to here is a bit mystical, but from the other side, it's very natural. I think I'm been member since last year, August, but I never been active. I've been just jumping on and off. And sometimes I've been just silent, just online, just listening to people, but I wouldn't dare even to speak. I wasn't brave enough at that moment. But pre-story, how I did appear, I'm like evolving wounded healing artist, which is on my healing journey. I've been an artist since my childhood, but as many of us, we do different choices, we put different priorities in life, and you get a few kicks in your ass, go back to your soul's purpose, you don't listen, then you get another one until you start listening. But on this journey, I think I have for 6 or 7 years meditation from Alex Grey about wounded artists, which I did for some time, but I didn't do. I worked with the books. I was fascinated with Vienna Visionary Academy when it just was founded 2013, and I think I've been even buying the online courses of you, Amanda, about sacred geometry. But when it was again a little bit work, when you prioritize different things in life. Then last year, when quarantine happened, all of a sudden popped out these lessons which you made online. I think it was 16 lessons. It was 2 seasons, and it was like strike something. I've been passing my healing journey for 1 year already, because last couple of years I was put by the spirit probably in such position that I started getting problems with my health. I started losing jobs. I had started problems with relationships. And so I was forced into meditating, into healing myself, into healing my wounded child, and all these things. And I started finding, like I started looking around in my house what things I have. So I saw that for 5 years I have a book, Artist's Journey. I have Lauren Caruana's book, which was residing in my house for 6 years, and all these small sites. And when I started putting priorities, what is my journey on this earth? So I just saw it very simple. Half of my house, I have canvases, paints, which are laying for years and I never use them. It's simple. So, and yeah, so I said, okay, this time I start listening, and then miracles started happening. Like last month, I think, especially just before the opening of Vitra Academy, I live in Lithuania, and we have quite time difference. When there are some discussions, it can be 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning in my place. So I have really spirit friends, which I try to show you. This is my cat. he started coming up to my bed and waking me up. And this is real mystical experience. You know, it's just like he would be meow. And I would like, okay, what if anything interesting on Vision Train? And then I would jump or discussion or some these 48 tapes I also was brought by my cat there. Like, you know, he was always there. Listen, there is something over there which you need to hear. Because I still have bad days like every one of us, but this time I said, okay, I listen, I show up, give me, and so I was brought to this space and I try to use it as much as I can. And first thing what I'm learning here, to be in community and be open and vulnerable, because I was doing many things in my life. I am really smart, I have a lot of talent, but I'm not very brave in my art. And what I used to do before, for some periods in my life, I was doing art. And like 5-6 years ago, I used to do a lot of meditations as well. And what I used to do, I used to channel paintings. Like I would go to some seminar meditation, I would start painting the subject just a month before in advance. So, and then I would come back from the event and they say, oh, I already painted it. I painted in the past, what was happening in the future. So at that point, I didn't understand. Now I'm a bit more conscious. Maybe I have more knowledge. I would like to explore this channel of the art and to see where this journey takes.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much for being in this journey with us and exploring with us. And it's been such an inspiring thing to see into your world and hear your story, you know, and this has been such a healing story for us, you know, coming to the train and finding activity and a place to plug into. And so I really appreciate you and thank you for being here. We have to keep moving on with our shares right now. So we'll have another time, maybe a bit later, that you could show us also some more of your work and share with us. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I know we just have a short window here for Roxi from the Design Science Studio to jump in with us. And I just want to bring her here up on the stage because I know she's in motion and doing all the things. What a wonderful activator you are and a seed planter. And thank you so much for coming today to our anniversary on the Vision Train.
Thank you, Amanda. Can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I'm definitely in a parking lot.
We can't tell.
Secret, I'm in a parking lot. Yeah, I'm so grateful that I was able to be a part of this historic day, second anniversary of the train. We got to celebrate first anniversary together, and it's been such an honor to be co-creating community for regenerative futures and art for the last 2 years together, Amanda. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to share a little bit about our mission and what we've been collectively co-creating. And for all of those of you who don't know, Amanda was a big part of the Design Science Studio, decade-long mission, and a revolutionary cohort one, and Alicia's a revolutionary in this current cohort. And so I'm going to share a little bit about what we're up to. And since I'm doing this from the car, it's going to be a fun experience because I'm used to having 2 screens. So let's go. Okay, cool. So you can see, are there little bars hiding things? I think mostly visible. Good.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Yay. Okay, great. So the Design Science Studio. I'm so grateful. My name is Roxi, and I know many of you. And for those of you who I don't know, it's so good to be connected here in this visionary train and this community. The Design Science Studio is a program that I've been stewarding for the last 2+ years with an amazing team between my Creative Studio Hub Ritual and the Buckminster Fuller Institute. And it's an educational incubator for the art of the Regenaissance. And what we have been doing is really supporting art that changes history, because history has shown us that art has the power to shift narratives and create change. And so we created this educational incubator for art And we're empowering global creators to imagine regenerative futures, to do exactly what we're doing here. We're igniting conversation and action and inspiration to support transitions to worlds that work for 100% of life. And it's a renewal of our world. And so we're aiming at doing that by creating change, cultural change through art, to be seeds of a revolution, to reimagine life on the planet and to create futures that are equitable and just for all. Because every revolution starts with a story. So I have a story to tell you today, a story of Regenera, a world by the Design Science Studio. So a protopia, as opposed to a utopia, is a space. Utopias seem to be sort of unattainable, but protopias are really this possible, touching on what's possible, a future that kind of integrates the reality of where we are, but really futures that are kind of idealized visions of thriving futures rooted in just beyond what we might think is probable, but truly is possible. And the story of this protopia begins in the time between 2020 and 2021. There was this crazy global pandemic that was happening and wild things were occurring. And there were historians from the Green Book. They were looking back in the 21st century and realizing that in this time, a city descended from the cloud, this floating city that was propelled by natural technologies. And it was a technological wonder, the city that appeared from the clouds. This entire city was powered by the sun and the wind. The streets and the canals, there were thriving animals and plants and humans. It was a city like no other. Technology and nature worked together. Kindness was the law. And it arrived to Earth in this pivotal moment when humanity really needed hope and needed to see that something like this was even possible. And the floating city was called Regenera. It appeared and it disappeared at will. And it had many doors on Earth through which you could enter. No records of that time really explained how it was possible, but it changed everything at this moment when kind of gloom and doom predictions helped to really seem to think that it was not possible, that we didn't have quite enough time to shift our potential future. Some were thinking this was very solar punk. It was really kind of amidst this thing called the regenerative movement. It felt like maybe it could help us build a bridge, build the will to really help the world work for 100% of life in it, because the city was doing just that. It was only around for a decade and then it disappeared as mysteriously as it had appeared, but it had many ripples throughout much of the century. And the reason we know about Regenera is this thing called the Green Book. It's now in a museum. It's the capital in the southeastern bioregion. Planetary Council resides there, the core of our political system, but many ways of being, organizational, societal structures, planetary councils, definitely many of the rituals and celebrations of this decade. Since the arrival until its departure, few of the elders who lived through those pivotal moments passed the knowledge from one generation to another. This Green Book was sometimes called the Cooperating Manual of Spaceship Earth. And the modern historians of 2103 today, you know, that many of the books refer to that decade as one of the first of our era, the Regenaissance. Regenera, what is it really? It's a story universe. It's a construct. It's a protopia. It's a place to imagine, because the future is always first an idea. And Regenera is our sketchbook. It's a place where everything fits, from trains to art to ideas to spaces to people. The spaces are filled with gathering spaces and experiences, and the people come together. Regenera is like a port. It's a place open for ideas and newcomers, philosophers, imagineers, anticipatory designers, and artists, and poets, and polymaths. And it's an infinite universe, a tiny floating island of experiences and spaces, physical, online, artifacts. And it's inspired by the Hellenistic Museum, a place where artists and philosophers and scholars gathered to share knowledge. Regenera will live in at least one online location that you will be able to access the entire story universe. But Regenera, it will live in many places: immersive experiences, books, rituals, garments, playlists, songs, all of these portals connecting to this universe, to to find kindred spirits navigating the same journey. And along this journey, we can create archetypes to embody the Regenaissance, the history tellers, the earth stewards, the Gaian guardians. We can create rituals and symbols. Almost anything fits in this place. So what is the Regenerate universe? It can be official stories and artifacts. It can be projects from the cohort, but it can be unofficial, other community members, others from around the world who want to connect with the vision, with the Regenaissance, with porting their creativity to the city and celebrating that we are amidst this global movement. And it is an experience. It has a beginning and an end. It will vanish one day, temporary and permanent world. And it is here to remind us of what's possible. And so tools and instructions on how to create a project are created. We invite you. We will share rule sets. Essentially, there's a website called regenerative.city that we can share in the chat. But just imagine garments of solar punk futures, anime films of floating cities, video games, we get eco villages, art, painting, series of interdisciplinary transmedia projects. And where did all of this come from? I mean, we weren't really designing Regenera. I think Regenera really designed us. The floating city, it seemed to always be there. And so I share with you the story of Regenera because the city is about to dock again. On April 21st, the amazing creators from the Design Science Studio and our invitation out there to the world is to come together for this global confluence for creators of regenerative futures. We'll have a virtual summit that'll span the time period also around Earth Day. And we will celebrate the Regenaissance. We will uplift and amplify amazing projects from all over the world. The 144 artists of this year's cohort of the Design Science Studio will be launching their collective dreams and visions into the world at the same time. And we will celebrate this Regenaissance. So we invite you to join us, to join the Design Science Studio in the celebration. It will be here on the Vision Train, choo choo, and it is soon. So I hope that you all tune in and play with us in Regenera.
Wow, Roxy, so much applause for everything that you have put into motion and you are stewarding. And thank you so much for committing to this regenerative future that we are co-creating together. I love you and
I love you.
Look forward to all the things that are to come and honor everything that is in motion.
You too, sister. I love you so much. And thank you to all the Gaian guardians out there. We got this. We're doing it. We're living it. And I'm so honored to be here on the train celebrating such an amazing space that has been a home for so many and will continue to be a home for us too. Choo choo.
Choo choo. Thank you so much for your collaboration, Roxy, and your leadership and your bright spirit. We love you.
Love you.
Yes, thank you. And we have such a beautiful and colorful program today, and it's amazing to be juggling all the spotlights and are really grateful to everyone that is showing up and, you know, all the different time zones and even this window of daylight savings. There's a 2-week window that is just kind of like this weird vortex of like where, what, when. We hope we'll be there at the right time. And so thank you to everyone that's tuning in. And I wanted to actually, we're back and forth. Alicia, do you want to share right now with, I know Alex and Allyson are here, and I just got the signal that you guys are going to be here for a little bit. Do you want to wait a little bit before we jump in? Okay. So next up is E.T. Anderson and Alicia to share about this powerful project that is happening right now. And does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Let's get ET up here. Yes, my name is Alicia Sacred Heart, and I am proudly one of the engineers here at the Vision Train. And we also have simultaneously birthed a new academy out of all of these collaborations with you brilliant artists and within the space of wanting and longing and wanting to continue to cultivate community. And so in that time period, I started producing some classes with E.T. Anderson, and As many of you know, in the last few weeks, the people of Ukraine have been the victims of war crimes. And ET is Ukrainian, and he is currently in Odessa, Ukraine, right? And so we have these recordings of courses that we produced together in the last few years, and it was always the intention for us to package these and make them available for students to be able to watch after the fact who weren't able to attend live. And so especially now, it felt like the best way that I knew how I could help. And so I reached out to ET and I asked him if he was comfortable with me editing those courses and packaging them for resale so that we could ultimately support his Peace for Ukraine fundraiser. And he agreed. And luckily, we have a fabulous editor, Canon Knafus, which I have a lot of gratitude for helping us make this happen on such short notice. And he helped us get the videos packaged. And so now we are ready to share those with the world. And I just wanted to ask ET to come as well to share a little bit about what this fundraiser workshop series will be supporting, and what he's experiencing live right now. Thanks for joining us today, ET. I'm really glad to see you again.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Everybody can hear me. Hello, friends, artists, colleagues. I don't know all of you, but I love all of you, and I'm really grateful to all this opportunity that Alicia and Amanda and all of you give to me. Right now, don't worry about me. I'm staying in a very safe place. I'm staying in my studio, and it's super protected because it's a bit underground. So, and in my city, it's still no really the active fights going on. But very near to our city is already like Russian forces are trying to get, and well, it's very hard fight. You can imagine just if you will look at the map, and you will see the sizes of the Russia and Russian territory. And you know, Russian forces, they are like twisted on the war, and they are putting lots and lots of money to this war. And Ukraine, it's like quite a European country, and it's not that big, but it's like size of France or Spain. So, but you know, it's not about the size. It's not about the forces that they have. I can say about Ukrainian people and Russian people right now, I can say what I am seeing and what I'm experiencing right now here. I can say that Ukrainian people, they don't afraid. They are really sure about like that we're gonna win this fight. This is unbelievable, but we are sure that we're gonna have this is very important, first of all, for us like a nation, because for many years somehow people around the world was connecting Ukraine and Russia. They was thinking that this is the same country, but actually for many years we have many crimes from Russia, that they was like doing lots of pressure, like during lots of years, they was putting lots of pressure on Ukraine. They was suppressing Ukrainians as a nation, and they did lots of crimes. And actually right now it's a moment when all Ukrainian people just stand up and they say like, okay, enough. It's enough. We are a nation. We want to have our democracy. We don't need all this bullshit like they say. We come to help Ukrainians from like lots of stories and very strange stories. The Putin and the government, they are making up around this war, but actually the fact is they just like destroying not only Ukrainian military forces, they are destroying people like you and me. They are destroying civilians. They are like killing lots of people right now. It's quite hard. I know, guys, like I'm also an artist, and I know that this vibe of war, it's not very creative vibe, and it's not at the moment. It's very hard for me to paint, to create art. What I'm doing daily right now, I'm just like trying to make my best. I'm like fundraising money, and then we are buying different useful stuff for people who are in need, really, who are struggling right now, who are sitting now in the bomb shelters. And some cities, they just like have no electricity, they have no water, they have no food. So we are in a volunteering movement. I don't feel like I'm a creative person like all of you guys, and I don't feel like to take a gun and like go shooting like Russian like guys, because lots of actually I have lots of friends in Russia. I don't say Russian people is bad. I can say their government are totally twisted, and they are having really lots of control on the people, because they are suppressing them also with lots of fear and all that dark vibrations and like dark influence. They have complete like they completely cut all the lots of informational streams, like TV channels in Russia. I talk about Russia now. What the situation in Russia, the Russian people, they don't know the truth really, because they have they blocked completely in the informatical, in that field of information. The government just blocked them. And well, so let's say I'm trying to collaborate with people here, and we are trying to push as much as we can the volunteering movement, because that's very important. We are supporting, actually, I was feeling like I want to support only civilians in the beginning, but right now we understand like our like soldiers, our military forces, they are really protecting the civilian people, and without them we can be destroyed. The normal people will be destroyed. And for Ukrainian people, for civilian people, they are like heroes now. Right now, our soldiers, I would never believe that. For me, the humans with the guns will be heroes, but that's true. We have true heroes here. We have legendary warriors here. It's amazing. We have like the ghost, Ukrainian ghost. He's flying on the, well, let's say we have very brave examples of I don't want to go too deep in this, but we have very brave examples of courage, true courage of human beings. And I want to share some photos and I want to comment some photos. I don't know how I can share my screen. Maybe Alessia, you can help me in that.
There's a green share screen button at the bottom.
Okay, yeah, I see it. All right. All right, so can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, so I just wanted to say that like what we already did in this short term, and like when I start to collect, when I start my fundraiser, when I start just to collect some money, like first $100 that I collected, I spend on petrol. I go to the border and I saw these people who was carrying bags. Mostly it was women and kids, and I have a van, so I just like stop my van and I say, hey guys, come on, jump into my van, because they was facing situation where they should was well, they was walking and they should walk about 5-6 kilometers till the border. So I was just stopping and was carrying some people, these women with heavy bags, to the border. And then I was going back and like I did this like 10 times and I transferred 70 people. They was super grateful. I was feeling so good. It's amazing feeling, you know, when you just help people and they are saying their story, where they are coming from, how it's going there. And it was really, really amazing. You can see the queue in the border. You can see the situation now from the top, and like lots of cars. Was a few, some first days it was madness what was going on there. Now it's quite okay. Most of the people who was feeling like they need to leave, they already did it. So now the situation on the border with other countries are better. So this is me. You see, we start just to buy necessary things for people who sitting in the shelters, and for people who are also like trying to make trying to protect the cities. So it just shovels and nexus and important necessary stuff. We also
can you enlarge the picture so we can see them?
Can you see now? This is binocles we bought. Also, this was requested from the.
No,
can you
sorry,
see that?
It's just in the list. It's just in the list for us. We don't see them large. But
you don't see the pictures large. Oh,
no, we can see them in a list.
oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I will try to open it with other viewer because I was already like, can you see it now?
No, we only
No.
see
Oh.
the files, but they're images of the different supplies that you're helping buy and some of the people that you've helped transport at the border and what you're actually practically doing every day, the actions that you're doing to support your local community every day, you know. And we'll also have these images up on our website. I'm preparing a specific web page for this and to tell ET's story. But we do also have, I'm going to go, if you don't mind, ET, I'm going to share just so I can share while we have everyone here. I want to share how they can support you. And so I'm just going to pop up our web page really quickly and share. 1 second. Here on our homepage, you can scroll down right now and see near the top our Peace for Ukraine fundraiser workshop series and some of the details for these classes and what you can expect from them. We're going to be releasing the classes once a week starting next Wednesday. And so right now, if you're feeling called to help ET in his endeavors right now, you can go ahead and support through purchasing the package of all of these classes right now. But we will also have them available individually. But that will be in the coming days. So yeah, we've been working, you know, rapidly to try to put this up and help support ET in any way that we can. And I really appreciate you coming today and sharing your story with us, ET, and what you're experiencing and helping us have a better understanding of, you know, what our brothers and sisters in Ukraine are experiencing right now.
Yeah, thank you guys for attention. And I also want to say that I have a Facebook page where I'm usually like daily trying to post the new information about what is the progress, what we are doing. It's kind of a blog. So I'm sharing news about our progress. And by the way, I know lots of you are right now in United States. So I want to say that I'm super grateful. Yesterday we received and transferred 3 huge bags with the medicines from United States, and this was a very necessary luggage here. We give it to very right places. One bag we transferred into a military hospital. Another bag we sent to a city where is very hard fights are going on right now. So I'm sure, like, we take care that, like, I'm sure that all this medicine that arrived, it went to the right places, and we did it ourselves. We just like pack, we check everything properly, we pack, we separate the big bags in to smaller bags, and we give it like to a different places where it was very, very helpful. So
yeah. Well, thank you so much, ET. I really appreciate you coming and sharing your story, and all of your details help us understand really like what that those of us that may find it difficult to fathom, you know, like what you're going through, what the practical things are that you're doing every day to support and what you're experiencing. And it's my hope that we can continue to support you in being able to do that. And You guys can find his Facebook page, the blog he was talking about. It's called Peace for Ukraine. And that's the name of our workshop series as well. You can find full details about that at www.vitra.academy. Yeah, E.T., thank you so much. I really look forward to seeing you and speaking to you again soon and hearing good news from you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks, all of you, for your attention. I was super happy to see all of you, and I wish we will share lots of beautiful new art pieces with you, and I hope we will create lots of beauty, and I hope and I believe we will make this world more beautiful than it is.
Thank you, E.T., so much for being here and representing your people and doing everything that you can to be of support to them now. Thank you.
I'm so happy to see you, Amanda, again.
Good to see you too. Yay. Well, I'd love to invite our friend Jurgis up here, who has been a very inspiring link and connector between the worlds and supporting people that are also, you've been in places of conflict and of all over the world, and also bringing people together. And this is the way that you do this, through your art and your weaving of poetry and music. So thank you so much for coming to our anniversary today, Jurgis.
Yay! Thank you, Jurgis. Yeah, we love you, E.T. We love you, Jurgis.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and it's great that we're acknowledging and not forgetting what is happening on the other side of the planet at the moment. I find myself in Colombia, but I am from Lithuania. And for a very long time, we felt that something was going to happen in that part of the region. As a Lithuanian, people would look at us and say, you're too paranoid about the Russians. You're too paranoid. You're too afraid. You're too scared. And again, it's not, as E.T. very well mentioned, it's not a Russian thing. It's not about the Russians. It's about certain things that come up and emerge. And I'm glad that we brought it up, because one of the songs that I wanted to share with you today is about this, is about artists showing up, and in particularly when it comes to this conflict. Because then the question is, how do you stand up and how do you create art that is actually relevant, that helps with the act of transmutation? And I found that being in this circle of friends, which really well understand that as artists we have several missions, one of which is to transmutate pain, suffering, to bring all kinds of emotional changes to human beings, but also enlightening and bringing new perspectives. And so I was very conflicted with the whole Ukrainian problem, because I said, I'm not there. I've been to Odessa, I've been to Donetsk, I've been to Kyiv, many times. I've played there so much. Donetsk is what they call is the Riviera of the Black Sea. It's a fantastically beautiful city. It is full of history. And one of the beautiful things when we talk about Ukrainians and Russians and the whole Slav thing over there is that you really do feel brothership, which is being exploited for the wrong reasons. And so I have a song. You tell me, E.T., if it's not in poor taste. But here's how my thinking went. Here's my thinking went. That every time that we misbehave with somebody else, it is born from trauma. It is born from hate that turns to anger. It is born from suffering that we need to express outward. It is born from something that has happened to us and that we have not been able to cope. And so when we find ourselves conflicted, we don't respect our borders, other people's boundaries. We can become a little bit belligerent. We can become mendacious. We can become beings with overinflated egos. And so I would like to serenade the Russian people. I would like to serenade the Russian people, because I think that if we are to have a beautiful relationship with the Russian people, they have issues to resolve. And so, to all of you who do not speak Russian, I'm going to teach you a little Russian phrase today. It sounds like this. It says, Можно, если осторожно. Можно, если осторожно. If you want to hang out, you need to learn to behave. You need to be a little bit more careful with my feelings. You need to be respectful of me. And if you've ever been to one of my powwows or one of my online gatherings, you will know that I really appreciate your participation. So if you feel that you're ready to get your Russian on, please feel free to step in and sing this most mighty of flirtatious phrases. You ready? Sounds like this. Можно.
Можно.
Yeah. Good. Если осторожно. Если осторожно. Если осторожно is but be careful, be considerate. All right? The song goes like this. Dearest, my dearest, I must confess, you are something else. You are truly blessed with style and grace and regal pedigree, but your ways are a bit crass, they downright frighten me. Your beautiful eyes are tinged with abuse. The way you twitch and clench your fist, it frightens me too. Someone told me your story and all that you've been through, and although I empathize, I feel that I must remind you. Можно.
Можно.
Если осторожно. Можно. Если осторожно. So beautiful. You've assaulted your neighbors, you've abused your kids, and that boyfriend that you have is a ginormous dick. I'm quite inclined, and let me say, when you flirt with me, I feel inclined to play, but I've been hurt by you before, and so I have to say, можно. Если осторожно. Можно. Beautiful. Если осторожно. Do you know there's something beautiful that Alan Watts said? He mentioned that reality is all about relationships. The etymological basis of the word reality is based in relationships, how we relate to one another. And so this is why I think it's so key that we move beyond a post-war narrative. And while people are in Ukraine really fighting for our freedom and drawing the front line, when it comes to at least for the freedom of us Europeans, Eastern Europeans, I think that it is important for us to engage the Russian people as well and say, you're being real assholes, and we're not going to pay for your therapy, but we're here to help. And so the third verse of this song right here sounds like this. Are you ready? If you're ready, I'd like to see a little shake of hands like this. Oh, why does it matter to me? You can call me a romantic, a helpless hippie. It might just be my fetish for damaged goods, but in your eyes I see a pain you have not understood. I'm not here to save you, you need to save yourself. But if I said you were okay, we would be kidding ourselves. We'd be kidding ourselves, right? I want to be your lover and not your therapist. But if you need a little help, you should repeat this. Everybody, можно. Если осторожно.
Моя девочка.
Beautiful. Yellow blue.
Yellow blue.
Yellow blue. Tiba yellow blue.
Yellow blue.
Yellow blue. Tiba yellow blue. Yellow blue. Tiba. And I feel, E.T., I feel your pain, man. I really feel that sometimes the artist which wants to reflect love into the world and is met with the cold, unforgiving power of a bullet doesn't necessarily want to be martyred. And so I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna go sing this song to the Russian embassy today. Because I spoke to the vice mayor of Bogota and he says, demonstrations are a problem, but there's nothing in the law books which says you can't serenade somebody.
Woohoo! Like that.
Oh, beautiful.
Choo choo.
Thank you so much. Cheers. It was super nice.
Oh, thank you. This is just perfect timing, you know, to bring the family together in this way and to, you know, cross the borders, you know, and show that it's love. Love is going to, you know, I want to believe love will win. And I feel like, you know, the more we hold that in our hearts and we do our best efforts and the tools and what we have at hand, you know, we can make a change. And so I really appreciate you showing up in the way that you do, Jurgis, and, you know, going to the embassies wherever you are and meeting with the people in the streets wherever you are and helping them find a way back together, you know.
You're both being guardians of Gaia.
Mm-hmm.
In service to the knowledge that, you know, life is sacred. And when we center our hearts in that understanding, then our actions will follow in the way. So thank you so much for both of you and all of you for being here too.
If I may add one thing, and there's something that we have been discussing with Amanda Sage and also Amanda Joy Ravenhill and Roxy from the Design Science Studio for a while. And it is this idea that the artist is very much at the service of this paradigm that we have. When in fact, as creators, we have that magical ability to plant seeds of kind of new visions, of new ways of seeing the world. And that is something that I very much learned in this space and in this combined space with the Vision Train and the Design Science Studio. And I would like to encourage you to dream audaciously, to share visions as if you are naked facing bullets, because very often people will tell you, you're fucking nuts, you're crazy, you have nothing to share, you have nothing to contribute. But when in fact, if anybody is going to change the way we see the world, it is through these paintings. It is you through these paintings, through these visions, making the invisible visible. It is through songs that put us in different states of hypnosis. It won't be through people lecturing us and telling us what is best or through new manuals for coexistence. It will actually be a much more subtle vibration. And because subtle vibrations, because the stroke of a hand seems that it is useless in a time of war, but when all is said and done at the end of the day, this is what will heal us and bring us back to humanity. So I put my hands up, I send you love, and I project it onto you, knowing that you are sustained and I believe in you firmly on every battlefront, any battleground that you choose to do your thing. Mwah. Love yous.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and with that, I am so happy to welcome our dear friends from the Hudson Valley, from New York, great community leaders, and you know, holding this vision through the art and through the field of community, the Cosm Vision, the Chapel of Sacred Mirrors. Alex and Allyson, thank you so much for being here with us today, and love you both so much on our anniversary.
It's such a pleasure.
Happy birthday, Amanda and Alicia, and to everyone on the train today. Yeah. Just this last hour has been an example of the powerful and important role that this gift has played to bring together, to connect the world literally, and to share the heart of artists that is infinite and vast, and the visions that have been catapulted out for is a life-changing. It's regenera as a train, you know, and everyone's vision. I just wanted to say I love you all, and I'm so grateful to hear all the exciting and important projects that are going on all around the world. It's one of the most exciting things in a somewhat dark news feed. You turn on the vision train and you got another vibration, you know, and this is the hope of the world. This is the underground mycelial network of now connected friends that are helping to manifest this positive future. Thank you.
And I would like to also say thank you so much for being the vision train and having us all here, and how resonant we feel with you, and how much the vision train is contributing to the visionary community. And I can see that in the last hour that we've been able to watch so many wonderful presentations and ability to share, people who have been putting their mind to their art and community and joining in the vision train when they couldn't join physically with each other. And we really have been able to expand our community to become even more global when we can talk to people from Costa Rica and from Ukraine, and people from Lithuania, and people from all over are we're really reaching more people this way, and I'm so admiring of that. I wanted to also note what we can see is a common thread with COSM and with the Vision Train and with all the people that were presenting. Every person that was able to present really was representing a community and a container of visionary art or visionary culture that they have been developing. So, one after another, we're hearing about communities that are forming around art, visionary thought, and collective living, even collective living and collective generating, because we're, the Vision Train and COSM to a great degree since COVID has been programming. We have been broadcasting. We have been, creating a container online where people can come and visit. And so very much like the Vision Train, that's, what COSM has been doing for the last 2 years as well. And we have, been along on the Vision Train ride, and so glad to be invited. And whenever we're invited, we get a piece and a little slice of what goes on. But we really, it's such a wonderful contribution to be able to, any time of day or night, go somewhere, possibly find people and listen to music and make art with them and listen to their projects and what they're doing. So there's community that we can connect with, and that is the container creating that we're doing. We're all also, I think, art makers. Many of the container makers are also art makers. So we make things, but we also make a space for other things to happen with other people. And I it's a psychedelic movement that's been going on all over the world, with festivals of a few days, and with the Vision Train, which is 2 years in running, and COSM, which has been around now for 18 years, attracting, community to events and celebrations and COVID big gatherings, where people from all over the world can come. So that's something that COSM is still offering, and still, has big plans to, grow again and be more inclusive of physical being, but we have become more inclusive of the global community by reaching out like this, reaching out every month. We offer Art Church to members, and we welcome everybody to be a member and to join us for Art Church. Everybody can join for the full moon, and that's open and online at all times at cosm.tv. So I just like to get that out of the way, that we're container, we're a network of beings, a net of beings, aren't we?
Absolutely. And Amanda's been a huge part of the educational offerings here at COSM. And you've also been on our board of directors. And so we thank you and the community that you've been growing from all of your teaching from all over the world that has, I feel that these kind of artist villages, and in our case, we had a similar intent. We wanted to, well, we had some eco renovation, bioremediation on this property that had to happen. And permaculture has been part of our programs here. And we've been examining how we can also be guardians of Gaia. There's about 40 acres here that we caretake, and that we've tried to maintain lots of wildness within. The woods is the area in the Hudson Valley. It's very lovely. And it's I think that unlike any other time in my life, I've been able to form a bond with the earth, and by daily walks and by examining different areas and trees, forming relationships with special places on the land. So I feel really blessed that we get this chance to do some caretaking for this land and to envision its future, and really come here to do what we had always intended, which was to build a sacred space, to build a temple for visionary art. And this was the dream, that unreasonable dream, just like everyone has been advised to dream large, dream huge. This was a dream that started as a MDMA journey, where we basically saw a sacred space that held all the artwork, and that it belonged to the public. And so
When I say that, they say, think globally, act locally. And we've all heard that. But when we feel that we're such a small grain in the great vast universe, you can always look at a piece of land, a property that you could take care of, that you could steward with a group of people, with community of like-minded people. I loved hearing about,
Stephen, yeah.
I loved hearing about, let's start a school, let's have this program and that program for our community. And there's precedent for it. We know that we have our predecessors. Dom and her is still out there, and they have hundreds of people who surround the temple, and they have been a great influence to us there in Italy. We have, throughout COVID, 20 solid people who work for the church. I mean, basically, it's Chapel of Sacred Mirrors, and all of us, are employed by the church, but we also support and continue it, so that we can take this 40 acres, which would have been probably some way they'd figure out to break it up into tiny little pieces. And, it's in the Hudson Valley. It's only 65 miles from the city. So it would have been broken up into little pieces. But as it turns out, there is a neighborhood next door on the other side of the trees. And we have numerous friends who, as those houses, come into for sale, they become, community members. And so And then, of course, there's the people across the globe that would even fly here or come here, but also come via Zoom and just tune in and are part of what we're doing. So everyone's, input and support is, of course, wanted and needed and loved and in every part of the world, in Costa Rica and in Italy and here in the Hudson Valley too. So if you ever, have the inclination to live in community, you have so many choices of where you can. But this piece of property, 40 years, let's see, 14 years ago, was very compromised. And we have put everything into making it habitable. And we made it a church so that we could pass it along to community who really cares about it. That's what people do. That's what churches are. They go from generation to generation, hopefully. That's what you really want. Your community wants, is to be able to pass it along to the next generation. And so that's what we do here at COSM. And I think the Vision Train, having the track record of 2 years and running, it's getting better, isn't it, Amanda? It's getting better, and it's getting more, and it's getting like it's fulsome, and everybody wants to play, and it's open all the time. It's it's ongoing. We want to keep it going like a chapel that doesn't stop.
And it's about it is about the flow, this movement of growth, and then also, coming back to the center. It's a constantly adjusting experience, right? This life. And it's about the journey. It's not about the destination. And I feel very strongly this Guardians of Gaia is so much, about the nodes that have really been cultivated and are in the vision seed realm of many to really take care of the land and where they live and of their communities. And COSM and what you have done in the Hudson Valley in New York is such a representation of that, and has been a big inspiration for me, with almost a decade of coming to COSM to teach on a yearly basis. I've made so many friends that have become such founding members of the Vision Train, and how this ripple has continued to influence and include so many others. So I really am so grateful to both of you for the fire that you hold, in your passion in your hearts.
Amanda, you are such a force of learning for so many people, and everyone who spoke just in that 1 hour that we were away here, would love your presence to teach where they are and where they are and where we are. And of course you have, and you've been a part of COSM all along, and a board member who is a guiding force. And it's really the board members who, are the guardians in many ways of what, of the principle and the core values of the temple. And the people who love it most are the ones that keep it going. But you are such a great teacher. And we also are working on our classroom right now. And, you've been doing online, forever, right? And of course, we hope to be an educational force in a small way as well. So we resonate with everything you're doing, and we're so supportive of Amanda, who is such a great leader.
Yeah, well, we feel like the visionary arts are, at this point, they're kind of a spiritual torch to me, that a lot of artists pass on to one another. And I feel like there's a certain, at certain times, I've been thinking like of Blake, and why did Blake take on such significance now, and this time he was completely disregarded. He was not a celebrated artist at all, and not adopted by his parent culture. Many of the visionaries I know are not well integrated into the, whatever cultural scene, and have had to create their own. Thus, the Vision Train being so strong, or COSM having its own kind of node. They're the people who have had to find their own way. and so this idiosyncratic spirituality that that Blake was about, it was also the symbolists took that on. They were representing a spiritual ideal, but it was non-denominational. It was, or trans-denominational. You might see the iconography of multiple different religions playing throughout the symbolist work. Very similar kind of vibration in the visionary work as well. But then you look also at the early abstractionness, the Kandinsky and Hilma Klint. These were spiritual artists. Spirituality was part of their core. And so, but it was not identified with a specific religion. So this is how, we started to feel like all the artists we talked to who were doing work that was of a spiritual theme felt connected with somehow with the creative spirit, or with either through their meditations or through psychedelics somehow, or through their deep connection with nature. And often all of those. It has somehow opened up a stream of spirit that is it can't be exactly pinned down. When things get too tight, I think, in religious orders that are already there, spirit has to find another way. And so I believe that it's finding willing artists, and your friend there in Eastern Europe that was talking about the connection with spirits. I believe that just like the spiritual artists, the theosophists, talk about their connection with a spiritual world, or in Hilma's case, it was directly in working with spirits that her artworks took form. And same with Emma Kuntz and a number of early modernists who were abstract painters. So there is this impulse to keep spirit alive. And whether it's through iconography and dreamlike and imaginative iconography, or through the centering devices of the mandala and things like this. I think that the visionary artists this is what distinguishes, I think, our tribe and our time, is the reintroduction of psychedelics. It's given us a tool to access the mystic realm. And this was not a tool that Western painters really had at their disposal before this time. And the same thing with the philosophical tradition. It hasn't well integrated the psychedelic mind space. And so we're at a cusp time when the mind can be open to the sacredness of reality, and to see this, thereby knowing that one's own being is sacred, one can see it reflected easily all around them. And the Gaian life web is the prime example of this kind of creative expression of increasing complexity and life forms that of such diversity that you can only celebrate spirit as it wants to be beautiful. You see through evolution that that's its natural inclination. So the artist has their hand on the pulse of what wants to emerge, and it is beautiful, and it is filled with nurturement of nature. It's life is feeding life. The sun, that source of everything, that beaming light beam that's alive and keeping everything lit, is I think right now I see what's going on as this battle between the forces of the solar forces and then those the dark chthonic oil forces. And it's kind of like there was always this battle in ancient Egypt between Set, who represented the chaos of the deserts and the oil and things, and Horus, who represented the sun, and so these battle of this dark chthonic chaos and the solar forces, which are showing up in a hero like Zelensky, who stays, this is our land, this is who we are, and we're protecting our culture because it's worth dying and
so
worth
awesome.
living for. And so I think that the visionary artists are helping us to see what makes life worth living. And
Yes.
we thank you.
Yes, yes, right on. And just to reiterate, in a sense, what you're saying too is like, when we look at like what we can do in a beleaguered world where everything's going to hell in a handbasket and you can't do anything about it, right? You say, what can we do? And we act locally, like we were saying, but we also be a beacon. If you are going to have light in the world, you have to be a beacon, and you have to be a beacon of the change, the transformation that you wish to see. If you could just be a model and a beacon of that transformation, and this is what we were seeing in the past hour, which was, people starting communities where they are thinking about what they'd really like to have in support of their life and their core values and their true self. And that would be to save that piece of the property, the land, the site as precious and sacred, do everything to it that it needs and stay away from it as much as it needs, like let it be what it is, the land, to be self-sustaining and not creating a mess, at all possible, trying to, be a bubble or that is a model, a beacon that really calls people in to do the same. Because you see, these mushroom clusters, springing up all over the world where people want to fruit the beauty and the abundance that we want to, send out to be a beacon in the world. That's what we want. Everyone should create a sustainable civilization. And before you know it, it'll all mycelially grow together and the world will change. We can change the world that way, but we have to do one little mycelial clump at a time. And so being a beacon is, I think, the thing that you can do. And ways you can go straight to, I don't know, one of these organizations and work on them and help them and give yourself full time and give yourself part time and give your money and give, what little you can. And you can start something where you are locally, that is, even if you don't own the land, which I think is always a very good thing, because when you do, you have more say over what happens to that land. That's always a goal, I think, is to kind of, share with your community this whatever you can have domain over, so that you can make it, what you want it to be and what you think it should be in the world, the mirror, that you want to reflect into the world. And in doing that, I was also thinking of the subject, what is it that we want to be able to offer with our art? As a visionary, what do we wish to offer with our art? And so we have to decide how we relate to our art. What is our art to us? What does it mean to us, visionary art? And do you want to say something about that before I go on? What does visionary art, mean to you? I know you have a lot of philosophy around that. I think
I can talk for a long time about that one.
I know, and you should. I really wish you would. But what I was going to separate it into, and there's no separation really. It was thinking about the vision, the vernal equinox is about balance, right? It's where you can balance an egg on end. On the vernal equinox, you can actually try that. But it's about balance. And so putting more balance into our life right now. What do we think our work means to us. And for many of us that are on this station, it means, you know, a spiritual life. I mean, making our art is our spiritual life. It's what we do to meditate or to go inside or to express creatively. And anything that you express creatively, even if it's horrific, if it's your inner upset, you know what I mean? It is making an object out of the subjective realm. It's like all it's in here, troubling, out there. It's better. You can look at it, you can evaluate it, you can make it better, you can have lucid dreams, you know, on paper. So there's the spiritual side. And what do you do to have a spiritual life in your art? Well, you make it a practice. I'll just make it really short. You just make it a practice. It's part of your life. Then it has to be, if it's going to be a spiritual life, it's a practice. You can do a walking meditation. You can do a seated silent meditation. You can do an art meditation. So you make art be part of your spiritual life in whatever way. We talk a lot about that on our blogs and in all our exchanges. The other side of that for many people who are on the vision train, I think, who see us and who talk to us, is you want to make art your life. And in order to make art your life, your whole life, your career, your self-sustaining career, you know, the top of your game, how do you do that? How do you be a great artist? And so those are considerations that we have. And I think that the first thing is practice. You know, in my list of things that you do to make art your career and your self-sustaining life is to immerse yourself in it more and more and devote yourself to it more and more. You can't have an art career unless it's a business, because we are living in the material world. And we need money to do the things that we need to do. So we have to make beauty that we can share with others, that we can, currency is just a way of exchanging love. Really, it really is. It's like you love it that much, give it all the love and make it your life and immerse yourself in it. And it can become your life. Some of us feel like we couldn't do it any other way. And that's really the way it should be, don't you think? If you're going to make art your life.
I wanted to just share real quick that in this sense of devotion and in this portal, in this moment that we're in, we're 1 minute away from when this call was started exactly 2 years ago. And I just, want to honor everyone that's here and feel that the way that we're, the way the natural flow of the day has come. We've hit it right now. It's 3:33 here in Colorado. Yes. And I just wanted to ask if Alex or Allyson, if you would like to share maybe just a prayer for the artists, for us now and our journey forward, and so that we can, integrate that into our work and into our strokes and into our hearts. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I felt like it was quite appropriate.
Yeah,
Well,
artist prayer is the perfect thing, Alex.
Okay, I'll artist's prayer. Creator of the universe, how infinite and astonishing are your worlds. Thank you for your sacred art and sustaining presence. Divine imagination, forgive my blindness. Open all my eyes. Reveal the light of truth. Let original beauty guide my every stroke. Universal creativity flow through me, from my heart, through my mind, to my hand. Infuse my work with spirit to feed hungry souls. I thought of one addition that might be useful at this time, and it's the world spirit. World spirit is a prayer for the realization of our integration with the web of creation, and for the transformation of our species from one gripped in fear and self-annihilation to a species that stands for love, wildly creative peace and liberation. Art and service. The incandescent core of our soul, a glowing God's eye, infinitely aware of the beauty of creation, is interlocked with a network of souls, part of one vast group soul. The group soul of art, beyond time, comes into time by projecting music and symbols into the imagination. God's radiant grace fills the heart and mind with these gifts. The artist honors the gifts of sound and vision by weaving them into works of art and sharing them with the community. The community uses them as wings to soar to the same shining vistas and beyond. Translucent wings teem with eyes of flame on the mighty cherub of art. Arabesques of fractal cherub wings enfold and uplift the world. The loom of creation is anointed with fresh spirit and blood. Phoenix-like, the soul of art resurrects from the ashes of isms. Transfusions from living primordial traditions empower the artist, take them to the heights and depths necessary to find the medicine of the moment. A new image and song of the Infinite One, God of creation, manifesting effulgently, multidimensionally, with the same empty fullness that Buddha knew, and the same compassionate healing that Jesus spread. Krishna plays his flute, the goddess dances, and the entire tree of life vibrates with the power of love. A mosaic and tile maker inspired by Rumi finds infinite patterns of connectivity in the garden of spiritual interplay as the world spirit awaits its portrait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Choo choo! Thank you. Choo.
We
Oh,
love you.
Love you. Thanks so much for giving us this space on your platform. It's so, such an honor to be here on your anniversary.
We love you, Amanda and Joe Bob. It's so good to see you.
Miss you all.
We miss you too. We'll get together. We'll be together again.
yes.
You're coming. Hi, Rosie.
Hello, beloveds. I just wanted to say, hey, thank you for bringing Amanda to Cosm. And it was just so wonderful for me in particular. I just felt it opened up another whole world of the Mish technique and a very wonderful friendship. And I just want to say how much I love and miss you. I can't wait to have a physical hug and walk that beautiful wisdom trail again. It's great having you on here with us.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being here.
Wonderful. So with that, we're going to step into our next segment and invite Neha to share with us some beautiful poetry that I think really will connect with much of what you shared, Alex and Allyson, around the stewardship of the earth and of the trees. And this as a guardian of Gaia. I'm so grateful to have met Neha also in person in Miami, and she is a part of the Design Science Studio. And thank you for being here with us, Neha.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and happy birthday, Vision Train family. And so nice to hear you, Alex and Allyson. Thank you so much for sharing your presence and time and life's work with us. So thank you. Can you hear me well, Amanda?
Yes.
Okay, great. So everyone, my name is Neha. Neha means love in Sanskrit, which is the language of my ancestors. So with a sky full of love, I come to wish all of you a very, very collective happy birthday on two years of Vision Train. So for me, as a artist and as a poet and as a climate advocate, I feel life itself is art, and in that art, to me, art is a revolution and a prayer. So I come with love and revolution and prayer of art. And I want to share a few poem drops with all of you. So while I'm sharing, if you're able to and comfortable for this first poem drop, these are tiny drops. Can I ask you to just put your attention on your shoulders? Okay. This is a somatic poem drop, and take a deep breath and just put your attention on your shoulders. Okay. This is called Look. Look. There is a soul in your shoulder. There is also an elder. There is a should. There is a doer. There is a holder. There is a her. There is a he. There is held. You are held. You are held. You are held. Thank you for receiving that drop. I thought I'll have 4 drops, 2 for 2 years and 2 for years ahead. So this second poem I want to share with you, it is inspired by one of my elder teachers whose granddaughter, during the pandemic, she was staring at the wall and she said that this is the door. Why not, right? The wall is the door. So this poem is called The Wall is the Door. Just when you are hitting a wall, just when you are hitting a wall, the wall becomes a canvas, becomes a window, becomes a door, becomes a bridge, becomes a living, breathing, dancing mural of a shared world of fresh meanings and eternal truths within your reach. A world anew, not despite the wall, not despite the wall, because of the wall. Because when life gives you stark walls of desolation, when life gives you stark walls of desolation, you make community murals of celebration. Go on, make a leap, repeat. So here's to, that one is for alchemy of all the wonders we can do with all the walls that we face. So this next poem drop is inspired by and dedicated to one of my dearest friends, Sobia. This poem is called Sobia's poem, Our Bread and Revolution. And it is inspired by a question that Sobia asked me in early part of the pandemic, probably around when Vision Train was being born, and so you'll hear a question that she asked, and this whole poem is my response to my beloved Sobia on what making art in these times means. Sobia's poem, Our Bread and Revolution. While in the midst of horror, we fed on beauty. And that, my love, is what sustained us. Transit by Rita Dove. What does making art in the midst of a pandemic mean? Sobia, during the peak of COVID-19 pandemic's first wave in April 2020. It means a return to beauty, despite fears, frailties, oh, so many, many, many foxes. It means we shall not be stopped by Zoom bombings, invisible inks, and a million paradoxes. It means a prayer, a spell, a witchery, a pagan insistence, a vixen rebellion. It means reclaiming from the jaws of horror, anguish, shock, beauty, which when all this is over, is what shall remain on the sidewalks made of grief, tears, rage of these viral indoor ages. On the craters of our brown bodies, spirits and black holes beyond all the counted, uncounted pages in the universe. Oh, oh, let us take the paintbrushes, the black, white, yellow photographs, the rice bags of ancestors' memories, the songs of our love, longing, and belonging. Return, return, return. Let us return to beauty, even when it has the face of ugly, ugly truths. Let us return to beauty, our bread and revolution. Let us return to beauty. Inqilab zinda hai, inqilab zinda hai, inqilab zinda hai. The revolution is alive. The revolution is alive. The revolution is alive. Thank you for receiving that. And this tiny fourth drop, it's tiny but so mighty, like the universe. It is about so much I think about as an artist, is what is enough, you know? So I share this with lots of love to all of you, and in a solidarity of enoughness. This poem is called Enough. Enough. I am enough. You are enough. We are enough. This room is enough. Enough sunrise constellations pouring through enough windows. This life is enough. Enough has been given. Blue skies, tree sculptures, cloud dancers, firefly fireworks. Enough tenderness of strange knowns and unknown strangers. Enough has been received. Lavender aromas, cricket lullabies, moonlight laughter, lingering loves. Enough. But the earth is burning because it is never enough. The remembrance of forgotten songs in my bones, enough. This canvas size to play with, enough. This space to be a space traveler of a new imagination, enough. This poetry balm on old, new, old, new wounds, enough. My needs, enough. The aftertaste of hunger satisfied, enough. Time, we had enough. Time, we have enough. The moments of releasing the invisible chains, enough. Enough. In this world of more is forever less, you are good enough. The cloak of benevolent giving over cruel taking, enough. Enough gaslighting that made breathing in your presence shallow enough. Violence of your silence, enough. Enough is enough. Enough already. I have had enough. Enough said, enough heard, enough gained. What we lost again in that gain, enough. We have been alone together, alone enough. There is a dance of death all around us, enough. Enough. Let us finally live enough. So, to to more than enoughness to all of you with so much love, everybody, in revolution and prayer of art. Happy birthday, Vision Train. Choo, choo, choo. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you are such a joy, Neha, and all that comes through you and your absolute colorful and vibrant poetry. Thank you for your gift and your art and your heart. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Oh, my cheeks are hurt from smiling so much from all of the thrill bumps of goodness that come through you. Thank you.
Thank you. And hi, Joe.
So good to see you and hear you.
Thank you.
And so next we have our dear friend, Lucian Tarnowski, is here to share with us his vision, his Gaian vision on our anniversary of the Vision Train. And we've been talking about the train for many years, and you know, as it's coming into being through all the different ways, it's so good to see your face again, friend.
So good to see you. Yeah, congratulations. Happy anniversary. Absolutely just delighted to be here on the Vision Train once again. Choo choo. I'm always, this is such a happy place for me. It's like to know this has been going on non-stop for 2 years is just like one of those you know, one of those treasure troves of this digital world we live with. So thank you so much. And yeah, I'd love to share a Gaian vision. And in fact, our visions have been entwining for years. And I thought a really good place to honor and start that is up behind with the rose star that Amanda painted that I don't think you've seen yet in our bedroom. And I couldn't help myself, Amanda, but this is, I brought this to show, this is the Vitruvian human live in the actual. So this was, Amanda and I collaborated on this incredible piece for the birth of my daughter, Leonie, and it's just an absolute incredible portal into the future that I thought I'd share before jumping into a Gaian vision. So about 2 years ago, actually, it was the same time we got started with this experiment I'm going to share with you called the United Planet Game. And I thought this was a kind of a good story to share, a good short story to share of a Gaian vision, in that we create what we call chron art, and that is art made out of time. And so one of the things that I've discovered over the last few years of experimenting with time is that time as a concept is hiding in plain sight as a tool for us to use to reimagine our world. And we often do it individually. We often think about like what kind of future we wish to have, what kind of future we wish to visualize for ourselves. And that's like that individual manifestation of our vision. But we can do this collectively. This is actually the term for this when we do it collectively is called hyperstition. When a group of people have a shared vision of the future, they actually create the feedback loops that accelerate us towards that future. So it's extremely powerful. And so I've been fascinated by this question of how do we create a game around envisioning the future such that we may reverse engineer that future from that vision. And so that's the experiment we've been running for the last 2 years that started also online with lots of Zooms with different people from all over the world meeting to envision different pillars of society. And what it evolved into was this game where we actually immerse into our future selves, where we take the Gaian oath, which I'm going to share with you, and step into an immersive world for a whole week as our future selves and we remember stories of how we got to that future. So we tell the stories and we make art from that place, such to inspire the reverse engineering of the strategy from there. And so we start every game with the Gaian oath, and it goes like this. It says, we are a united planet. I am Gaian. On my honor, I commit to a thriving civilization in harmony with all life. And what we do is now gather this summer, we're gathering 4 games, each with 48 people. Each game has 4 teams of 12 people. There's the air team, the water team, the fire team, and the earth team. And each team, I'm sharing this with you because it's an open methodology to create this in your own visioning and your own as an exercise. It's something we've kind of experimented our way into, called the up game. And on the Monday is the air day, and we create a mythology all around Gaians, all around being citizens of planet Earth. And it's how we communicate with each other. And it's a mythology of a new planetary language. And then the second day, Tuesday, is water day. And that's all about the return to community and the different mythologies of community, from community abundance to regenerative cities. And then we go into Fire Day, and that's all about societal transformation, the rise of the feminine. So we have teams like Gender Harmony and Wealthy Commons. It's all around the societal transformation, peace and justice, obviously a very relevant topic now. And then Thursday's Earth Day, and that's all about creating a mythology of the planet and planetary identity. And so there we explore the team with planetary health, for example, or land stewardship, ocean stewardship, ubiquitous energy. And so what we're doing is basically bringing chronartists, chrononauts, we call them, time travelers, people that make art out of time, to come together to imagine the best story ever told from the future in a systematic way, so that we can start to invite others to go on this vision train into the future. And from there, what we're seeking to create is a whole virtual world where we can initiate ourselves as our twice-born self, as our future self, and meet others that can then be part of the team to take those visions and reverse engineer it into reality is our future goal. But this is where we are on the journey, and we're at that kind of very exciting time of gathering together the mythologies of the future. And I wanted to share that because I feel it's like a parallel to the vision train, that the narratives we tell and the images that guide us, almost like sci-fi, into those visions of the future are what inspire a unifying narrative, a rapture ideology, an enchantment with this present moment and the possibility for us to rewrite the narrative. And so with that, I'd love to hand it back to you, Amanda. Thank you for inviting me to share. And it's just a delight to be a partner of the Vision Train, and you know, on this journey for beyond all this moment and all moments with you.
Wow. You know, I see how this continued weaving of the vision is going to become more articulate and spread through those that we, you know, come into contact with. And I see how the train is going to help illustrate these stories. And this plays a big role. And I know we've talked about this a few times, and I look forward to that really coming into fruition and bringing this crew, channeling like the energy towards this collective vision that has so much in common. You know, we have so much in common, and so when we can collaborate, it's even more powerful. And so I look forward to that.
Yeah, totally. Me too. No, thank you. And there's an invitation as we launch United Planet as a DAO. Each league in the game will be will be its own DAO, and so any artists that wish to create visions of those of those narratives are very welcome to then be part of that DAO. That is essentially reverse engineering those stories into reality is what we're aiming towards. So it's a very different concept. It's like the hypothesis, like, what if everyone else is trying to fix the future from the present in an incremental way, in a way that is like there's all these pieces that can slow us down? What if we were to flip it the other way and think about how we did it, like to go to the place where we've already done it and go backwards? So.
And that's precisely what we're doing here, and what we have the capacity to do as visionary artists. And I think the more that we can encourage each other to venture into those realms and those what visions want to come through us, the more colorful this world will be. And so, love you, Lucian. Thank you so much.
Love you. Good to see you. Lovely to see you, Joe Bob. Miss you. Can't wait to see you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, great to be here with you.
Soon again.
Being soon.
See you soon. And so up next, thank you so much for being so patient. Our dear G-Link, Garrett, who has been such a wonderful co-creator in this visionary process of the train. And we've connected in many different moments in different places over the world. And the last one was in Arizona. We hiked up to the top of a mountain at the sunrise, and it was such a beautiful way to connect. And Garrett's beautiful spoken word, creative sound bites are something that I've really cherished over the past couple of years, and love seeing them pop up in my feed. And so thank you for being here and offering some of your heart work with us.
I'm so happy and grateful to be here. And it's cool because I think about 2 years ago, like 3 weeks before 2 years ago, we were in Costa Rica together, and you started painting the Great Wave of Transformation. And I remember you talking about not knowing how the vision train was going to evolve. We actually did a podcast together and we're talking about it. And then, boom, 3 weeks later, the world gets shut down and this is how it manifests. And now we're here 2 years later. And I know I've been on the train multiple times and have been able to learn from so many amazing people. And I remember you had a friend that was like a Disney artist, and we learned how to flow. And I hadn't drawn anything in years. And it was just inspiring. And I know there's so many moments and magic that has rippled out. So thank you for all you do and for everyone here that's creating. So I was thinking about the name of, this is the Guardians of Gaia. And for me, what really comes up when I think about that is just, when I think about what we need in the world, to me, it's compassion, and it's curiosity and finding ways to be curious with ourselves and with others before we start to judge, right? And so, over the last couple of years, it's been crazy. I mean, like, if for everyone that's in the screen, like over the last couple of years, who's felt confused, mistreated, forgotten, lied to, or used? It's okay. I'm feeling it too. I would be lying if I said it weren't true. So what can we do? How can we unite? Black, brown, white, the left and the right. How can we come together without causing a fight? Where can we find common ground? I asked this question, and this is what I found. We need a passion for compassion. We need to be passionate about compassion. Compassion is defined as the sympathy and care for the suffering of others, for our sisters and brothers. Passion is defined as a barely controllable emotion. I believe a passion for compassion is the potion. And compassion is not something to ration. It's abundant like the ocean. So how can we put this passion in motion? How can we bring love and empathy into everything that we do? I am no expert, but this is what's coming through. If I truly want unity, then it starts with me. If I can't find compassion for myself, how can I find it for somebody else? So I close my eyes and I remind myself, you're doing your best. And when I open my eyes and look around, I realize so are the rest. We're all doing the best we can with the cards we were dealt. It takes me understanding that I don't know what you've felt, but I can begin to understand if I ask. With love and compassion, we can ask. Drop the ego, take off the mask, and just ask. But why have we refused? Remember that most abusers were abused, and most users, they were used. Sometimes it's all they know. So how do we expect them to let go when attack and abuse is what we continue to show? So let's open our hearts and open our eyes and open them wide. We all have a child begging for help inside. We all just want to be heard. We all just want to be loved. So for once, let's ask without the need to be right, without something to prove. With love, curiosity, and empathy, look someone in the eyes and say, tell me why you feel the way that you do. And maybe they'll do the same for you. We need a passion for compassion. So please come, passion. Thank you. So I want to share a lot of that. That's one that it came through me during some of the hardest times of 2020 and just didn't know what to do. And that's just what came through. And I actually wrote a bunch of poetry for a long time, never feeling like I was going to express it. Like it was just in a journal somewhere. And, when I think about what we need, it's, we need curiosity, we need to listen, we need to love. And these are all divine expressions of source. They're all, some of you are beautiful paint. I see all of your art. Like that's a divine expression of source. Listening a little more intently when a friend, needs someone to hear them out, like that moment where you're like, I know I need to listen a little more. That's a divine expression of source. And, for a long time, I had this energy inside that I knew I wanted to share something. And it wasn't until recently, until the poetry came through. And honestly, up until like this moment, like right now, I wasn't ready. But time, it gave me patience. I wasn't ready. But failure gave me experience. I wasn't ready. But pain gave me power. I wasn't ready. But fear brought me to love. So remember, when you look up at the stars above, that you are one of those stars shining bright. They were once also dark and dormant in the night until that one day, the star found just the right mixture to shine, with pieces of stardust that explode when they combine. We are that same stardust that floated here to Earth after millions of perfect mixtures. Then came your birth. You're an absolute miracle. There's nothing you need to do. It took billions of years for the perfection of you. And in the infinity of both time and space, it's almost impossible that you ended up in this place. So with the strength of your spirit and your soul so divine, the mixture is ready. It's your time to shine.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Oh.
I think those are the two I'm going to share today, and I feel complete and happy to share them. And thank you for giving me the space, and thank you for listening, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Garrett.
So much appreciation for you. And
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have much to do, and we have much to remember within ourselves. And this has been a tough time, and it's good to be reminded that we have it within. Thank you, Garrett. Oh, well, we are starting to close out this segment, and we have one more offering, which I am really happy and feel honored to welcome a new friend that I have yet to spend time with, sharing in space just together, but we've been circling, and I got to meet Shanita, or hear of Shanita also through the Design Science Studio, which I then heard that Shanita had heard about the Design Science through me. So look at this infinity, like this circle just circling is really beautiful. And I was really inspired by Shanita's share around her work with artivism, their work with artivism. And I felt that was really appropriate for today and our focus here on the train and what's really moving within us as being, a part of the solution through our creative forms. And as an artist yourself and the work you do, I just really look forward to welcoming you into this space and seeing what's going to continue to weave, as there's been a few people that have been brought in today as kind of the first time on the train, though I know you were here on Sunday, which was also on the train. But yeah, I look forward to seeing how we're going to continue to weave this story, and welcome.
Thank you so much, everyone. First, Garrett, I just needed to take a moment to compose myself after your beautiful words and your share, and so much of what you were speaking just really deeply resonates with me, and lends very nicely actually to kind of where I'm coming from as an artist and how I want to express myself. Back in 2020, in the midst of the pandemic starting, and in the midst of the civil rights protesting that was happening, I just had a space where I was feeling very defeated, very confused, very discarded, very used. I just had a lot of personal things in my life where I didn't know how to move forward. I actually felt at times like I was drowning and had lost my ability to swim. One day I was trying to, just use the tools that I have, use the resources that I have within myself to lift myself out of this space. And I started with some breath work, did some meditation. I started listening to some music that is very uplifting to me. And my body kind of moved in a way that my brain hadn't caught up with yet. And I found myself dancing. And then the next thing you know, tears were coming. And when my mind caught up with what my body was doing, I was actually dancing, but my arms were moving in a motion like I was swimming. And then I started to get this knowing that I could swim. And then I found myself laughing. And what came up for me was that I was getting a download from my ancestors. And when I was quiet and was able to really listen to that message, the message was very clear, and it's that I can swim, that I can surf, that I can ride these crazy waves that are happening and coming up, and that I am enough, and that we all have our unique gifts, and we all have our voices that are special. And my voice is different than everyone else's. During that time, I had a lot of friends that were going to the protests, physically going to demonstrations and things like that. And I was at a place from, based on my past trauma and just where I was at, I was not there. I could not feel comfortable putting myself, on the lines of physically being at the protests. So part of the download that I received is one way that I can use my voice is through artwork. And that, not only can my artwork be an expression of releasing some of the traumas that were coming up for me and moving through some of the fears that were coming up for me, but it also could be a way of shining light on some of the things that were happening around our society. And around that same time, I believe that things happen for a reason and timing is divine. And I was actually, through a series of friends and connections, I was asked by the World Trade Center in Portland to help them curate art for the space and also contribute my artwork for the space. And I contributed 11 pieces of artwork that were on display outside of the World Trade Center. They had boarded up the windows because this area was getting heavily vandalized during the protests. And we adorned the outside of the space with artwork that was inspirational and that, shared a message of unity and hope. And I wanted to not only share messages of unity and hope, but also use this as an opportunity to talk about things like inclusivity in nature, talk about how, there's some spaces in nature that are not safe for some of us. And just, shining light on these things, but in a way that is soft and compassionate and palatable. Because I believe that sometimes it's really challenging to have certain conversations, and a way to, introduce these conversations to each other is by doing it in a way that is compassionate. Like Garrett was saying in, his poetry, yes, we are all going through something, but if you look around, so is everyone else. We're all experiencing something. And just, having that level of awareness and having that reminder that we are all going through this together. And how can we help shine a light on ourselves individually? And how can we help shine a light on each other? I want to do a screen share with you, if I may.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I have some pieces of artwork that I'd like to share with you. This piece is called Drishti. And what this piece represents to me is, there was actually one day I was having a conversation with a friend who, has the ability, like a lot of us, to see beyond the veil, beyond the veil of, there's so much stimuli that we have right now, so many different forms of information. And how do we get to the truth and what is authentic for ourselves and for each other? And when you have the ability to see beyond that veil, you can see things that are beautiful, but you can also see pain and suffering. And this piece is a reflection of that, kind of that polarity that we experience. And I just wanted to represent that in a visual way. And this piece is called Soul Song. And this piece is one of my most special pieces of artwork to date. This piece really is pretty much like a declaration of me finding the courage and finding the strength to use my voice. And the person in this painting is very expressive, you know, very much using their throat chakra. And I kind of, to get me there, I had the help of nature. I had the help of support of community. I very much believe in alchemy and magic, and that we can help not only help heal the earth, but the earth helps heal us too. And just wanting to pay respect and pay resonance for the gifts that I received from my time in nature and how that helped me find my personal voice as an individual. And this piece, the name kind of changes sometimes, but the intention behind it is, I made this piece, this is one of my digital art pieces, and this kind of just speaks to a lot of fallacies that exist about how, you know, certain people do not enjoy nature or like to experience nature. It sounds wildly absurd to say, but there are actually some people who believe, and there's some notions that Black people don't enjoy nature, Black people don't camp, you know, and sadly, this has kind of perpetuated a lot of negative stereotypes and also has perpetuated a lot of inclusivity in nature. And this piece is just a reminder of our connection with nature, not only as, you know, as the Black community, but as all beings. And that we all, nature is for us all, and we have been given this beautiful gift. And, you know, it's a gift that should be regarded and received in a sacred way and should be treated with respect and kindness, just like we should treat each other with respect and kindness. The next piece that I want to show you is this one. And this is called Rest is a Privilege. This is one of the newer pieces that I made. This is also a digital piece of artwork. And this piece really resonates with me on a lot of levels. You know, you look at this piece and you see this person who is, you know, in a place, in a position of surrender. You know, their heart is exposed, their arms are out, and they're asleep in a very peaceful position under a canopy of the night sky. And this is kind of the future that I want to help co-create for us, because I don't feel like, sadly, that that we're in a space now in our society where this could actually happen. And what I mean by that is, with the lack of inclusivity in nature, there's also, you know, this negative ripple effect that there's a lot of barrier to entry. And there's also a lot of spaces where people that look like me or people that look like the person in this piece of artwork are not welcome, not received, and sometimes even made to put in positions where you feel fear for our personal safety. And that's something that I want to shine light on. And, you know, with the hopes of more people, the more awareness that we bring to this issue, the more allies that we can have to resolve this. And I also, you know, just want to, like I said, just kind of introduce some of these topics in a way that is done with compassion and with care, and in the hopes of just being a positive catalyst for some of these changes that I want to help see in the world.
Thank you so much, Shanita.
Thank you.
Really, really appreciate your compassionate approach to your artwork and this conversation. And thank you so much for helping us understand something we may not have realized before.
Thank you all for just being so open and receiving.
Yeah.
I think that this is, a beautiful community, and I feel very honored and privileged to be a part of this beautiful vision train and this celebration of community and co-creation. And yeah, thank you so much. This really means a lot to me to be able to use as many opportunities as I can to kind of talk about some things that may be perceived as not pleasant, but try to do it in a way that will bring people in.
I think you do that so masterfully, and it's coming from a place of like true love, and one can really feel that through your artwork and through your voice. And that compassion is really what we all need more of. And I know, the last couple of years has stirred a lot up in people, and it's been good. It's been needed, to bring that to the surface and to find our place in that story. It's like, well, how do we go forward with all of our ancestors standing behind us and being like, oh man, there's been a lot of pain, a lot of grief, a lot of displacement of a lot of people, standing all behind us. And so how do we go forward in a way that's really inclusive, and to break down those barriers and that we didn't even know were there, just like what Alicia said, So yeah, I really, honor your work, and also to know that your work was up like around the World Trade Center in Oregon, during that time, is powerful. And the power of art, the visual language and what that can do for us. And it's, I think that's the mission at hand and the roles that we've taken up. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yay. So going into our next segment, where we really thank everybody for tuning in that's been a part of this journey today. It's truly a nonstop train. I feel like that. It's like, woo, hold on, everybody. Here we go. We're going to juggle all the balls and try to get everybody here, and I hope it works out.
That's right.
And it is working out. It is working out. It's fueled by passion and fueled by this dream to connect and weave the threads and see what's going to happen with the ripples. It's all about right now, though. So as the schedule has been shifting up and down and all around, so thanks for everyone for your patience with that and staying on a little bit longer when you expected things would be sooner, but it's a vortex here. I mean, the train is definitely out of time. And we have up next, Random Rab, our dear friend here. I'm gonna add you here into the spotlight. Hi, Rab. Yeah, we got you on the train.
Yeah, this is cool. A lot of talent in this room.
Oh man,
amazing.
This is a place that has been, a little hot spot, a little node. It's an International Creative Space Station.
So cool. I just can't believe all the amazing art that's popping up on the screen right here, and this is just such a cool experience. I'm so glad I finally get to see it.
Yeah. Well, I've been waiting for the day to invite you on here, and we've been weaving for over a decade, in the art and music field, and your work has definitely fueled and inspired so many of my paintings, live and also in the studio.
Well, the feeling's totally mutual. I mean, we're all just feeding inspiration to each other. It's such an honor to be in a community with you and to be so inspired by the work that you've done. Over the years, and seeing how you've progressed and evolved, and now you're working, with so many people and this amazing community that you've built. So what an honor to be here right now.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's putting out that call and seeing who who hears the whistle. And and knowing this is just the beginning, but during the time of the great global shutdown, to come online and get creative together. I know for all of us creatives, it's been a time of also incubation and a way of being able to focus maybe on some of our work where we were on tour a lot of the time or spending a lot of time on various projects. A big shift can be a blessing. And I'm curious about how that's been for you the last couple years.
It's been hard, with the family and the separation and all the different things. There's been ups and downs with the whole thing, but finally like not living in my van basically and finally have a new studio and the new place and work. So I've been really busy. I'm trying to finish an album right now. And so I'm just glad it's all over so I can play shows again and see the community and feel like I have friends again, as I'm sure everyone here can relate to. So I haven't had it as bad as I'm sure millions of people on this planet in the last couple of years. So it's hard for me to really complain, and I always try and stop myself when I do. But I'm just grateful for what I have now and to be able to thrive again and to make a living and by doing what I love and to share the creations that I've been working on. So I'm really excited about this year. I have a bunch of new music coming out. And so it's kind of like the incubation period. The chrysalis is now ready to burst. And it's just super exciting time to be alive right now.
Yeah. And you've, so you have some new projects, right? So you've got these new releases and this new project, the Metonic.
Yeah. So to anyone who's listening right now, I was going to do like a live ambient, my new project, but I was having some technical difficulties just with the internet and getting it to work. So I'm going to instead play something that I did with a bunch of live artists revolving around Ram Dass. So I'm interweaving, it's like a live performance with Ram Dass quotes kind of weaved in experimental ways. So with live art and some puppies and some friends. So it's a pretty fun little thing. The live ambient project, the new ambient project that I'm working on, I think I'm excited about it. It's like basically like songs that are between 30 and 40 minutes long. I'd like to say it's like meditation, but it's pretty also intense. So I'm not sure what it's more like cinematic. So that's it's going to be a very long album, several hours long, I think. So that's kind of in addition to my normal album, what most people are familiar with. And also some side projects and collaborations too. So it's all just kind of just staying creative and having fun with it.
Yeah, beautiful. I feel that this new ambient journey, like these really long songs, are going to be incredibly supportive to artists getting into the process, because it's that kind of like going on a journey. I mean, that's very much what the art making process is. And to have that flow, I really love being in that environment of the extended song, that.
Yeah, and I think it's really good. I hope that it is a functional tool that artists can use, because like I said, it's not really like meditation music or something that you would want to get a massage to, because it's a little bit more intense than that. It's about keeping your mind stimulated and constantly changing. And or I've been finding it's really good for flying, like looking out the window on long flights and sort of kind of keep you stimulated and moving. But so I don't know. It's a work in progress. That I'm excited to share it with you and everyone very soon. So I really am bummed that I can't share it with everyone today, but I guess I'm just not ready to debut it with kind of subpar technology on my end. However, just got to go with the flow.
Got to go with the flow. That's a big lesson always, every day. And, this train isn't stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, right.
I don't see that happening. I mean, if we've made it this far, it's just going to keep going and continuing to explore, what this platform can be and linking up with other platforms, So, I mean, it's a big technology learning experience. I mean, I've
Yeah, I'm
definitely,
sure.
I've been learning to fly spaceships here, you know,
Yeah.
with multiple screens. I mean, I definitely didn't do any of this before the pandemic happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so, and also learning to be fluid in it, and know that it's an ongoing process, and it's about planting seeds, and that's what the art making process in many ways has taught me. You know, it's like, it's not about that perfection. It's about going towards a sense and a feeling, and opening yourself up, being available to the process. Like, you have to show up. You can't just think about it, right? I mean, as a music and art and any of it, it's going to stay in your head, stay in your being of potential, unless you have that invitation and that opportunity to show up. And so,
Yeah, I think the technology is something that should be, we're doing it to have fun with it, and to express ourselves. And when it gets to a point where I start to feel like it's actually causing pain and stress in my life, and it's like starting to take away from everything, and then I reach this kind of point where I'm like so frustrated with whatever I'm doing with the technology, that I know that I'm kind of pushing it too hard. I need to just get back into the, you know, pick up an acoustic guitar or whatever it is. It's just like, and let go of the stress or the need to always be kind of keeping up with what's going on in this crazy world and on the internet and the different technologies, social media, different things we use, and to really like let that be something that you use as a tool that's fun, but not get caught up too much in being a master of knowing how to do all the little pieces of the puzzle and stressing yourself out, basically.
yeah, that's a big takeaway for me with all of this, is like remembering to being on the screen or being in technology as much as we have been, to then go back out and touch the earth, like go lay down on the earth. And I think it was our 2-month anniversary on the train when Paul Stamets came. We had this like mushroom extravaganza where we all started mushroom paintings, and he reminded us, he's like go out and take off all your clothes and lay on the earth, you know, and connect with the mycelium, because that electrical pulse of your living body, you know, does communicate directly with the mycelium. And so, you know, remember that with touch, with physical touch, and also, you know, the nourishment that we take into our bodies, the food, and all of this matters so much. And so being reminded to like go back to the guitar, you know, go to the piano, the sketchbook. You know, it can be really, really simple, and it doesn't matter what tool you have. Like, you don't need to have all the colors. You just start with one.
I think a really important lesson that I learned when I was trying to learn my way around music, I took an acoustic guitar and just cut off with snips every string but one, and laid the guitar on the ground and just try to play one note as the most beautiful note I could possibly play. Forget about scales and chords and composition, and really just focus on the beauty of that one note, and spend a long time meditating on how just incredibly powerful that one note is, and to always remember that as something to go back to as I get kind of caught up in music theory or performing or trying to make an album or whatever. It's like always go back to that singular note of what it's all built off of. And I think that could be applied with any, you know, any kind of art, is to just not get yourself, not feel like you're chasing the train, you know, not feel like just be where you are, and accept the beauty of just the most simple of simplicity itself. And it can help kick your ego to the side a little bit and realize that beauty exists whether you're there or not.
And, you know, I keep knowing that we're going to be, you know, spending some time with Ram Dass here. You know, I feel like he's also been such a voice of that remembering and that weaving, you know, to come back to the breath and the humor too in it all. It's coming back to that simplicity. There's a, yeah, that's where God is. Yeah.
So are you, so the video that you're about, so this is something that I made deep in the pandemic, and I worked with several artists, Randall Roberts, John Speaker, Morgan Mandala, Emily Kell. We all set up our stuff up in the mountains near Rocky Mountain National Park in like basically a cabin, and posted up there and made this. And the Ram Dass organization had given me a whole bunch of recordings of Ram Dass speaking at different functions over the years. And so I took all these different speeches and talks that he did, and they just set up their canvases, and we just had like an incredible night, full moon, in the wind up in the mountains, and just of art and music and improvisation, and had a really awesome time making this video. So I'm really excited to share it with all of you, and I think it might be fun to listen to and maybe fun to watch too.
Well, and maybe also fun to really just dive into your own practice alongside this share.
Yep, exactly.
For anyone tuning in,
soundtrack.
Yeah, we're streaming live still to Facebook. Is that cool to stream this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, wonderful. And yeah, so this video is about 45 minutes. And I really invite everyone to drop into some creative act and form, and use this as a time to set some intentions collectively, as being a part of this, this train, this vision train. And we'll reconvene afterwards, and we'll go into another segment of some artist shares from the train. And you're welcome to weave in and out. This train just keeps going, so you got to get on and you got to get off. And if you got to go to the sleeper car, go to the sleeper car. If you got to go to the dining car, go to the dining car. And that's kind of the way we roll. And yeah. So wonderful. I've got it queued up here, and anything in the field that we need to attend to before we get going? Anything else you want to share, Rab?
No, I'm just thank you for having me, and everybody looks so beautiful, and all your pieces of artwork are blowing my mind right now. So keep on doing the beauty, and riding that train.
Yeah, right on. And we really do have people from all over the world here.
Amazing.
And as we have this 24-hour cycle, those in the European lands, they're kind of like starting to go to sleep unless they're pulling all-nighters. I know some of you are. And then, the ones on the, Australian, Asian, they're waking up, they're coming on board. And this is just how this flow goes. So looking forward to the share. I think Danny Love is going to help do some spotlighting. We're going to go around and spotlight the different people that are in their creation space, and weaving in this video as well. And yeah, this is going to be beautiful. So I'm going to jump onto the canvas too and initiate. This is a painting behind me that I started on Earth Day. It was Earth Day 2020. And it was during a live feed that we did. And I've always felt that it needed a little bit more love. And so I'm going to give it a little love today. Beautiful. All right. So I got this queued up, and here we go. Give me just a moment. Alrighty.
Hello everyone in Ram Dass land. Welcome to the Random Rad Ram Dance. We have some special guest painting in the room tonight. John Speaker, Emily Kell, Randall Roberts, and Morgan Mandala. We're up here adjacent to Little Rocky Mountain National Park, about to journey to the unknown. Thank you for being here.
have asked me about psychedelics here, I had said I would mention my feelings about it. I would say I have great reverence and respect for them as a sacrament, as a vehicle for stepping outside of oneself, out of one's known self or false, and tasting once again the non-conceptual nature of our being. But as Maharaji said to me when I asked when he was talking about LSD, he said, it allows you to come in and have the darshan of Christ, but you can only stay for 2 hours, then you have to leave. He said it would be better to be Christ than to visit him, but your medicine won't do that. And I heard that. I heard the way in which it showed me more than I can say, and I understood more than I saw. And it's something that was so valid in my being that over these years, I'm always, in a way, assessing everything in relation to that wisdom. It imprinted me so deeply. But I didn't become fully free in that moment. Or I was, and once again I forgot. Or I am, and I keep forgetting. But it starts a process. And you and I, whether you've had a psychedelic trip or not, doesn't matter. Because now, enough people did, so that the possibilities that it shows are now available in the zeitgeist of culture. In other words, relative reality is not weird. It's not new. It's just what is. And that, in a way, has opened the door for the work of consciousness. I meet young people now who've never had any of the psychedelics, and their consciousness is right with my consciousness. It just isn't fair. give me happiness even? I mean, if not now, then when? If you aren't happy now, then when? Is this enough? This is it? This is what we got? Are you living your life of, if I only get this done then? Or soon I'll be able to be? Or as soon as I clean that up, I'll... Or if I could only get rid of this thing, I'd... Here we are, this is it. Everything you did in your life, all your lifetimes was for this. This is it. It's what you got. Here we are. It's enough. Imagine working in life from enoughness instead of not enoughness. Forget abundance. I mean, that's another trick. Don't get greedy. Just be happy with enough. did, it cast me out from the dominant theme of our culture, which is basically a form of scientific materialism, humanism, scientific materialism, right in there. It's rooted in the feeling that technology and science have paid off so much in changing the quality of our lives, and those models of way of defining reality and how to interpret what's real have worked so well, we can't really question them. The predicament is they are relatively real, but there are other realities they have nothing to say about. But science really has a hard time accepting there are other realities they can't say anything about. It's like the issue of consciousness versus the brain. Science really has very little to say about consciousness. It's got a lot to say about the brain. So since it's got a lot to say about the brain, what it says then is the brain and consciousness are really one thing, isomorphic. But our technology doesn't allow us to measure it from the point of view of consciousness, so we'll work on the brain. But we know when your brain is dead, you aren't. Okay? Somebody that has seen relative reality says, like they do in India, when you die in India, they call it dropping the body. Isn't that an interesting image? Well, I'm going to drop my body today. Who's the I that's going to drop what? In the West, that's a very peculiar expression, because when your body isn't you. I give up drugs because I saw I didn't need them anymore, or because I said I should give them up? There is an assumption in your question. That's all Mr. Clinton will say at this moment. But usually the mild ones won't force you into it. They'll just force you up to the edge of it, and you'll feel some fear, but you'll push against it. When you use more powerful psychotropic agents like LSD, you will be forced into those. The mystical place you're looking for is behind those things, going through the unconscious into the superconscious, or into the whatever you want to call that place behind you. The preparations to avoid that are having a guide with whom you are sharing the truth so clearly that when that stuff comes up, you can share that, you can open with that person and go with that. If the chemical is powerful enough, it actually takes you right through that so fast you don't have a chance to get neurotic. When it's really powerful, it just goes so fast. If it's less powerful, you can go into the psychologically repressed stuff and get really depressed, frightened. You will get depressed. You will have a bad trip. You'll probably have about 10 hours. The way to avoid that is through preparation, through a guide, through trusting your own intuitive heart as to whether or not you should be doing this or not. When somebody says, I never say to somebody, you should take this chemical. And it is not necessary at all for people. It is not necessary at all for mystical experience. It's not necessary for transformation. Neither is a guru. Neither is meditation. These are all practices. They're all methods, and they're all traps. Everyone is a trap. All right? that I thought was real was only relatively real. It wasn't absolutely real. What happened to my mind was a shift in consciousness that was very parallel to what Einstein did to Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics treated a certain realm of reality as absolutely real, and Einstein said it all depends on where you stand. That is real under certain conditions, and in other conditions it isn't. The reason I bring all that up is because over the years since that early 60s experience, the culture has changed. The worldview has changed. Relative reality is a much more acceptable place of consciousness than it was before.
The intellect doesn't quite have the domain, the overriding power that it once had.
The result is that chemicals are more of an anachronism now. They are less necessary to alterations of consciousness than they once were.
waking consciousness is but one type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there lie other types of consciousness. We may spend our entire life without knowing of their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus and there they are in their completeness. Whatever that they suggest, we not close our accounts with reality prematurely. But we really have. We have treated physical, psychological, thinking reality as real.
The water has no mind to receive their image.
If I could sing or play an instrument for you, I would sing and play an instrument for you. If I could dance for you, I would dance for you. If I could paint for you, I would paint for you. But my thing is words.
way out. I don't want to prolong it. I want to die. Please, I'd like you to let me die now. And I lay down to die. And I saw my thoughts getting slower and slower and slower. And that each time I came back, I was going to rejuice up a thought of who I was, and it was going to make dying that much harder each time. It was going to be hard each time. As long as I was attached to being who I thought I was. And I can see that there has developed in me some kind of calmness and presence and allowing for the fact that death is not an enemy. It's merely another point in the transition.
Woo, woo, woo! Choo choo train!
Choo choo! Choo choo! Random rocks, random rab rocks. Choo choo!
Such a beautiful soundtrack, I feel.
Choo!
Yes. And to be in this creation station with everyone is a really, really, I don't know where else I'd rather be than right here with all of you today. And so, you know, I got a few brush strokes in there. Did anybody else? Awesome. And it's beautiful to see the family weaving in and out. I know some of you are, you know, at your day jobs or wherever you're, you know, driving somewhere or in between, and you're able to tune in for a moment. You know, I see you, I feel you. And, you know, there's so much family that has been connected to this train over the last couple of years. And there's thousands of people, thousands that have been touched by this train. And that's beautiful. And so as we're still streaming, I know some people are also tapping in through the Facebook world and just want to send some gratitude to you. And we're gonna go into a little share here to close out between our between some of the artists here in the studio, you know, in our International Creative Space Station, and we're gonna spotlight some of them. And I want to bring up our friend Mark here, who has been such a incredible, you know, voice of the train and a steadfast member of the engineers and really holding it down. You really do like weave so beautifully your, you know, your life with the train and your family's life and your art and your words. And thank you for your words, you know, that have really been something that I've posted in a lot of different places for the train. And I wasn't even sure who wrote them for a minute until Alicia's like, no, I think that was Mark. And it's like, I feel that, you know, we're so intertwined that it's like, well, who said what, when? We'll let it all come through all of us.
It's all collaboration.
It's a collaboration. And I'm curious, Mark, would you like to share a little bit about what you are cultivating there in your space and your studio and the work that you have?
Yes. So this piece is a piece I started about a year ago on the Vision Train. And this piece is a collaboration, but the story behind it, actually, it was inspired directly by things that happened on the train, conversations that took place on the train, in that it started me and my family on this journey. We kept hearing about mugwort on the train. There were many people working with mugwort, and I started to tell my family about mugwort, and my daughter had been having a lot of nightmares at the time. And so I had heard that mugwort was great for nightmares. It's the dreaming herb. And so I described this plant to my kids, and we looked at some pictures of it. And a month or two goes by, and I had completely forgotten about it, but my daughter goes into the woods and finds mugwort. It was like she was drawn to it as soon as she got into the woods. And so she started working with it and having these really intense visions and experiences. And that week we went camping, and there was mugwort like all over our campsite. We did nature studies of it. We were drawing it and working with it in our hands. And that night when she went to sleep, she later told me she had a vision. My daughter Lucy, who I think she was 5 at the time, maybe 6, and she had this vision where she went into the woods through a portal and saw this fox house. And she described with a lot of detail, and she drew pictures for me of her fox house. And she went inside the fox house, and inside of it was her older brother, who she had never met and who had passed away before she was born, and my grandmother. And there were photos of all these other ancestors. And she told me this whole story, drew pictures. And so I then started doing a painting inspired by her vision. And so this is her taking her little brother Leon back to the fox house. And it's gone through a lot of evolutions. I just picked it up again this week after not really working on it for the last year. And it's gone through a lot of changes. I repositioned the figures, and it's a lot more time consuming to do that with paint than with Photoshop or Procreate. But yeah, I'm in the stages where now I've been laying in glazes and really seeing the colors start to come to life, and using a lot of the techniques that I learned on the Vision Train and from Amanda, the Mish technique style. So it's all coming together here. And so this is Lucy and Leon going to the fox house, and there's going to be these big mugwort leaves coming in from the sides in this dreamlike spirit realm journey. This has been a fun one. Oh, I can't hear you, Amanda.
Oops. It's the stories behind the work that make it even more rich, you know, and that's, I think, something that we share a lot here on the train, is getting to share these stories with each other. And, you know, they're really woven also through many people that have been on here, you know, many of the artists that have had different offerings, and the mugwort offering, I remember that as well. I think, was that Rosa that brought that in?
You know, Rosa and Marnie and Caitlin were all working with and talking about mugwort a lot around that time, and it kept popping up. And I heard about mugwort on a few different trips, and it set us down this wild path. And the other thing that I didn't mention, when Lucy had her vision, which she described as this very real thing and not a dream, that same night in the campfire, I had a vision of my son. And so it was like this powerful kind of event that I think the mugwort had a heavy hand in delivering to us. It was, yeah, a lot of gratitude to the train and to everyone I've met on here, and I'm looking forward to many more collaborations.
We're just getting started. We're just getting started. And yeah, so who else would like to share? We've got such a fantastic crew here on the train. Shara, are you up to share a little bit?
Sure. So I kind of put together a slideshow because some of my pieces are actually out on exhibition right now. So yeah, so let me just share. Hold on. And so a lot of the pictures I chose to share were all things from my Vision Train experience. And this was just when I first clicked onto the Vision Train about a month or so in, the mushroom painting marathon that we all went into, I had this vision, and I was standing on a precipice looking down and like floating in space. And so it was my feet not on the ground. And it was my first sort of venture into flow lines in this particular way. And it was really intriguing. And hold on. The next piece was about vagus nerve decompression, and was more, again, about layering and glazes and layers and layers and layers. And this piece is actually going to be on the cover of a book of my teacher who does vagus nerve decompression. This one was from, I can't remember if it was Amanda's class or who, but it was a decalcomania sort of piece. I think it was from one of your classes, Amanda. Very wonderful exploration of bringing back the light and just finding all the little mysteries within the just pulling things out, making the unseen seen, as you often say. And then this was from maybe that same class. It was a self-portrait class, and this was the first time I ever painted a self-portrait. I'd done drawings before, but it spoke to my owning my visionary self as an artist and my voice. So there's the lotus that's sort of blossoming, my voice and my heart opening, and it's like speaking from my heart. And it was a really, really powerful experience for me. And this next one, we did a live art fundraiser, and I had already started this piece, and it was based on a living canvas body painting that I did for a gallery show. And this image had always haunted me because I saw this half man, half creature just seeking out in the ethers looking for the answers when they were all within him. And I worked on this a lot on the train and finished it on the train. And it now has, it's at a new home now, which was kind of a big deal selling this one. And this next one, that one was called The Seeker. This one is The Weaver. And I started this in Orb Weaver clan with my pagan community, but worked on it, and it distilled through all of the time on the train. And this is the Weaver and the Spider, Anansi, and all of the stories, the holder and the keeper of stories that are all floating out in the mist and spiraling into the center and coming up through the voice and the third eye. And it just, I looked at this when I painted it and kind of, it just came through me. It wasn't about me. It's my voice and my style and technique, but it was a message that was universal and beyond me. And all this time on the train, I've learned so much, and I've been finding ways to articulate my voice and say things that matter. And so this piece, which I shared this morning in our art critique, is still a work in progress. And I started this about 1.5 years ago on the train. And it actually, when it started, it was a crucible and it just completely changed. But I realized early on that it was about all of the things that were happening in the moment. So there was all this sort of Black Lives Matter and all of this inequality, and the pipeline things were going on, and the fires on the West Coast. And I felt like I needed to say something, and I didn't even know how to articulate it. And I worked on it for a while, and then it was just too much, too close to the surface, too vulnerable. And I had to put it aside for more than 1 year. But I was called back to it, and I've been working on it a lot. And just seeing all the different things expressed in it. And I actually am working on it right now. I stopped to talk, but the thing I'm working on right now is creating water and flow down at the bottom and bringing that up into the mountain and the Indian, while also keeping this owl and the wolf. I'm really excited to move this forward and even bring it to completion. And the train has just given me all of the support and encouragement and feedback that I've needed to actually accomplish all these paintings. I've done more paintings in the past 2 years than I think I did in the 5 previous. And I've been exhibiting and doing murals, and life has just shifted in incredible ways. And I'm so incredibly thankful to have this cauldron of creativity and support and like-minded artists from all over the globe. It's just so special and powerful.
Thank you, Shara, and for your sharing that you have done so much here on the train. You've been such a strong root, that has been keeping this train on the tracks. And yeah, so cool. So cool. I look forward to meeting you in person.
Me too. What weird that we haven't. I mean, I feel like so many people on the train that I feel like I know so well that I've never actually been in the same room with, but I know that's changing soon.
Right. And here we are, and it's perfect too.
Yay.
Yay. Oh, here we have our friend Tiffany, who I've spent some good late night hours with here on the train too. And good to see you, Tiffany. And
Hi.
Hi.
So great to be here. And Bootsy too. Those of you on the train know Bootsy's made appearances as well.
Bootsy.
Yeah, she's a great little art peppy. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm just so thankful for this vision train. I mean, I found out about it on the first anniversary. Hadn't really realized it was something that I could be a part of, and exactly what it was, I didn't. But with all the advertising for the first anniversary, I finally got it, and I like jumped on near the end of the celebrations, and I've been coming on ever since. And I think maybe I speak for a lot of people when it's like, it's been like a lonely time through 2020. And there's been some like loss in certain ways that people, may not always want to talk about. But it's definitely there, and you don't even know, right? When you connect with people, and it's great to hear their stories. But I feel like being on the vision train again, like, helped me reunite my passion for painting, because what I was really missing was that sense of community. And I'm sorry, I cry a lot. My heart comes right through my eyes. I just like, it happens a lot. But yeah, that community has really helped me create again, and like just have some people to hang out with while I do it. Because otherwise it can be lonely. You're just like at home, like painting by yourself all the time. So I'm super grateful. And I just want to continue to be more and more a part of it. And it's so great to like hear all your shares today. I was gonna show just like a couple pieces that I've been working on in the train. I thought I'm gonna keep them on the wall and bring my computer over. This one, Amanda probably remembers, probably the first time me and Amanda connected. I was painting on this piece on the train. Iris Ascension Duet. I've always been fascinated by partner yoga, and I like the beauty of forms like an abstraction, like finding abstract energy in it. It's kind of my bag. So yeah, and putting it, and I love irises and the beautiful majesty of irises, which also represent the crown chakra. So this is, the unity of divine lovers, couples, like ascending together, and all the feminine energy in that. That's also kind of my specialty, divine feminine energy. I just can't help it, whether I mean to or not. It usually is there somewhere. And then also on the train this year, I've been starting this series. I was asking myself, like, what do people connect with most in my art? And I feel like it's, I have one type of work previously that inspired this, but I'm starting a meditation series. And it's really about like when you sit down, and maybe you guys feel this too, just like the feeling when you're envisioning light filling you in your meditation. So, and like letting that be the inspiration and the guiding thought that will kind of help keep us in the headspace of evolution, which is what my main thing is, consciousness and evolution. And then comes the love meditation. So there's the love goddess. She's almost got sort of a little Balinese crown on there. Very self-explanatory, but they both sort of have like hand mudras in them as well, and the sitting pose, and just being that light and being that love, and that being the goal and the experience. And then you've probably seen this one I've been making lately. It's still in progress, but this is peace meditation. And definitely the world needs more peace right now. So this is, I've been working on the figure, but the rainbow is coming next. She's going to be spinning a rainbow from fingertip to fingertip. She's got a little peace necklace on there. So that's what I've been doing. And also this little UFO Sedona Bell Rock Vortex piece. I used to live in Sedona. I still spend time there. Some of my work is in a gallery there. So all that's missing is more UFO embellishment and vortex energy. So yeah, I'm really glad to be here. Thank you for letting me share, and to continue to connect with each of you. The connection is the key. That's what I'm looking for. And to know that you can just turn that on anytime, day or night, is really incredible. So I thank you for that.
Oh, so beautiful. And I love seeing the connection between all of your work. There's such a solid thread there, and to have seen it evolve here on the train, it's so beautiful that we get to be witness to that.
Thank you so much. It's great to be connected. And I want to say, especially Amanda, I really love how you're explaining your pieces earlier today and the vision train pieces and seeing the interconnection of everything. It's just such an inspiring vision.
You know, and this, thanks for saying that too, because when I was like, oh, juggling all these things, and I'm like, but I got to put some paint on the canvas too, you know, got to anchor that in, you know, got to walk the talk. And so it's like the last 10 minutes of playing the Random Rabs set. And so I just, you know, and I wanted to put something on this piece, and I'm like, what is it? It's connection. And so I just came in with the little dots. I don't know if you can see some of them on the screen, the little dots, and they're symbolic of each of you and each of us, like all on this planet connecting. And I started connecting a few of them, and then I put some out in for the stars, you know, and to me, it's like, it can be so simple, but so profound. And that's what this is about, is connectedness and also doing what we can. So, yeah. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the connection. And always feel free to reach out to me anywhere, anytime. I'm here.
Yeah, thanks, Tiffany. Yay, and we have Maylee, who has been also a great connector on the train, on the vision train. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. So I started this piece in Amanda's transformations class, and I hadn't worked on it for many months until today. I'm not really on the train as, can we make it so I don't see myself? Yeah, I'm not really on the train that much. Where I live, I don't have Wi-Fi. All that to say, I started this in Amanda's class, and before her class, I had literally done 2 paintings with a paintbrush. And one of them, I was in a 30-day substance abuse program where it was like an art therapy group. And so no one in there was a painter. And so it was just a really encouraging environment, and it made it easy for me to do that painting. And the other one, my mom wanted me to paint something that matched her pillows. So I went to Home Depot to get house paint, because I didn't believe in myself to mix the colors appropriate. And I knew my mom was a perfectionist. So I had to get the right color. So it turned into a nightmare, but it's on her wall. But so before Amanda, I'd only painted with palette knives. And when I also kind of tend to err on the wanting things to be perfect side. So I always thought that you had to start with the drawing, and seeing the students that Amanda churns out of her workshops, and the incredible masterful pieces of art that they go to make after her workshop, it was very intimidating. So when she's just yeah, you just play and move plastic around and do whatever, and then eventually you find something come out of it, or it was just a very experimental process that I was not expecting. So with this piece, I started with 2 forms because I think your name's Tiffany. Like Tiffany, I also partner yoga and just the play of 2 forms. And then I kind of just played with plastic around, and I just started adding the darks, and I was trying to paint the fearless leader that Amanda is, and that I know that I'm capable of being one day. So I was going into the forms with the darks and not looking at my reference just there during that tidbit. So I'm gonna have to go back with the darks with my reference later. But yeah, so it was fun for me because I had the forms, I didn't know what else, and I randomly saw a plastic bottle. And then I was just plastic, that's kind of my pet peeve. But I was what am I going to do with that? So eventually it turned into I saw a little crab and a hummingbird, and this seahorse was there from the beginning. And so I was what would they all be doing? And it's oh, they're tearing up the plastic and turning it, and there's a world up at the top. They're weaving it into a better world. I don't know, there's still a lot to go. But also, I did want to say like taking Amanda's class, not only like the decalcomania and I mean, learning to draw the portrait, and like she does it in like 2 seconds. It's crazy. But like also it was just the timing of it was kind of like perfectly synchronistic for me, because she taught us how to layer the lights and the darks. And I was also going through like a crazy mental health thing where I like finally put a name to my bipolarness. And so like it was just really meaningful, because I've been up and down like my whole life, and I'm also a Gemini, so it's just like crazy extremes. And then here's like this painter that's like going back and forth between the light and the dark. Like I just felt like Amanda got it on a whole like different level, and that like I could like make something beautiful come out of like my very polar extremes. And Amanda got like a package in the mail, like of me like explaining everything, and it was kind of crazy and all this stuff. But yeah, so yeah, thank you, Amanda. Thank you for all that you are for everybody all over the world, and for me personally.
Oh, you're welcome, Maylee. Thank you for being here and for being on this journey, you know, and showing up for yourself and doing the work, you know, and loving yourself and accepting you as you are. It's the best we can do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And this really is, it reflects, you know, this journey that we're on, and this, yeah, it's not always perfect, and that's good. That's good. And I'm happy to see Chantel here, and Chantel's family, and Ivy in the house. It's been a while since we've seen you all, and you know, all the weavings, but knowing that you're out there, it's a warm place in my heart.
We're still out here. And there's Jasper.
Hello.
Hi, Jasper.
All his hair, like he's grown his hair so much. It's wild.
Love you, Chantel.
Oh, we've so October we put everything in the shipping container. Our whole house went into a shipping container, and we've been on the road, and what a journey. And I'd have to say today, like yesterday, I snuck up here into our future neighbour's house, because he's not here and he's the only one that's got satellite internet. And I checked on Instagram and seen that it was like 2 years, and I was like, oh my God, I have to just get up here and use his internet for tomorrow and celebrate. It's like far out, 2 years. What an achievement. And I would have to say too that just this morning, and it's only been a couple of hours, but how much it has actually filled my heart to see art. Like it really is. You just really miss it when you know that it's in that shipping container and you can't get to it. And but I have been tiny little caravan. So books and pencils, and this is a drawing that's come from the land that we're now on, and there is this big, huge mountain. And I had a dream Christmas night where 2 snakes came from the mountain and came down, one a black snake, which is venomous, and then a python on the other side. And then I spoke to an Indigenous elder from this land, and she said that it's the Dreamtime story. And so the Dreamtime story has come to me. So that was just another confirmation that we're in the right place. And so now come this Sunday, we will be officially owners or shareholders of a community of 800 acres, and we get to build our home and live in complete and utter raw nature, where there's just so many birds and so many animals, and yeah, we're just making so many friends with all the animal world. Yesterday I did a massage for a lady here in the house, and I was like, you know what? I am going to have a studio where people can just get massaged in amongst all my painting. I don't know how it's going to work, but I'm going to make it work. And the other thing is that we're, you know, a fair distance from schools or from town, so we're creating a homeschool. And so my vision that I had maybe 12 months ago about creating a vision train for a community, for the community that I was in, I can see it happening, and I want to have that happen and have other homeschoolers come in, and yeah, that's where you'll find me. I'm just so inspired, and I'm so thankful that I'm able to get on here today. Like, it just makes my heart sing to know that I have a family all across the world. And yeah, I just love you all. But before I go, Ivy wants to show you her work. Yep. This is some of her painting that she did while we were on the road. Do you remember where you did that? Yeah. Here?
Tell us about it,
The
Ivy.
first days that we... Do you want to tell them about it? What about this one? What's on this one?
Finger painting.
Oh yeah, she did some finger painting. That was one of her school projects, wasn't it? And we're going, and we've been, sorry.
So I was going to ask Ivy if she's
What
ever
did you
seen the
say?
cave paintings that have the handprints.
And we there's a river or a creek that's on the property that has ochre in it, and so we've been doing ochre handprints on the rocks, don't we? And there's a sacred water hole for women's birthing holes that are on the property. So we go down and we play with the ochre, don't we? Yeah. So Ivy was pretty excited to wake up this morning too and come up the hill.
Aww. Yeah, we love you so much. We miss you, and we know you're in the right flow of where you need to be, and it's so exciting to hear about what's coming in this community. That's so great.
Yes. Oh my gosh. And it's like, I can see now. I can see that we'll have internet on before you know it, and I'll be back on regularly. I'll be taking you in my garden, you know, like there's just, yeah, there's so much to do, but yeah, I'll be back.
Oh, great to
Thank
see
you.
Love you.
And happy, what is it? Happy birthday, Vision
2-year
Train.
anniversary.
Woo-hoo!
Great to see you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here we are. Oh, so special. Yeah, we're all over the place, all over the world, tuning in to the space station, and just want to give some gratitude for you, Courtney. Courtney in the house. Courtney's been also such a special, you know, carrier of this vision train, and you've really shown up in so many ways and created so many beautiful works here on the train. And yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's just such a healing journey for me, being with this group. I'm telling you, like, it just, I don't know, just your presence, you know, seeing someone painting alongside me has been so healing, you know, to see your creations, and like, just, it fills me up, you know. Oh, it just opens my heart so big. And yeah, it feels overflowing, you know, when we're all contributing to each other, and we're like just seeing your smiling faces and like seeing the community together. Like it's such a honor, and like what an amazing technology and opportunity we have to do this on a collective level. It's just wow, like it's healing so much of me. Yeah, it's been very healing for me. So just showing up here and having your support and seeing these reflections of beauty and inspiration and healing for our planet. It's like there's something so deep in me where I just feel the birds, like the birds are happier, the sun is brighter. There's just like an opening happening, and I feel it, you know, in the planet. Even though there's so much darkness, there's also a lot of light, you know, balancing that. And like every moment that I can be in that, I just like, it's an honoring. So thank you for being the light in this tunnel of darkness. Yeah, because it's been lighting me up. This recent piece that I did last week at the psychedelic Celtic event in Toronto at Alternity. I'll just show you. Kind of emotional still. So this is a piece that I started last week, and I just felt like I was teasing out some like inner demons and like understanding what that was. You know, as we were going through the 48 tapes, there were a lot of things coming up. So I was like, how can I transmute some of these like really yucky things going on? And I was standing there doing live art, and I thought to myself, like 2 years ago, this would have been like the last thing that I'd ever want to do, because I was just so afraid to make art in front of people. It was like a major fear, maybe a trauma, I don't know. But yeah, so I stood there and I kind of like brought my tools, and I was like thinking about all the not eyes that were showing up, telling me all these like nasty things as I was painting, and they were like just little whispers. I don't even know if they were real, but they were my ghosts. They were all the things that I was saying about myself, all the like shameful words and things that were like not very nice, and why I shouldn't be there. And like, it was like really like I stood there in my like egg of light. I just kind of like felt an armoring over myself, you know, because every minute that I just kept going with this vision, and it's almost like I just felt like something took over my hand. It was like I was channeling something, and I couldn't even have control over it anymore. I was just like a witness to the whole experience. So, oh yeah, it's taken a lot to share that, but I really feel honored to share it with you. Thank you. I don't want to overshare, so yeah.
I appreciate your share, and I know we all do so much, like the vulnerability and the real like core of, you know, what happens during this work. It's so beyond just a pretty painting, right? It's so deep, and yeah, this is real, the real nectar of the healing, which I think we're all here for.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your offering and for this celebration. I just so grateful for this community and for what I've learned from you all. All of you have wisdom for me, and it's just been amazing. Like it's synchronicity I'm finding, and I noticed that we're so in sync in a way, you know. So thank you.
So much gratitude for you.
Yeah, we love you.
Yeah. Oh. Well, we have some more shares coming up here. Charlie, are you ready? Are you ready? You want to go for it? And then Kyle, you want to come up next? Yay. Okay. I just want everybody on the spotlight. My heart's just exploding for you, as I'm just being a little schizophrenic with this spotlight.
Charlie, yay! Oh, you're muted.
Does that work? It worked for a second, and then maybe I pressed something that reacted it. Try it again. I won't push any buttons.
Is it working?
Yes.
Well, hello everyone. I was hoping not to get emotional, but I've already cried about 3 times. Just feeling so connected to what all of your narratives have said. I mean, Amanda, thank you so much for doing what you've done, and to Alicia as well for being so open and so sharing and caring of her knowledge and just generally being willing to chat. But for me, it's a bit of an odd one. I'm 41, and I've been an engineer all my life. My parents told me, well, my mother told me that, you know, art would never get you anywhere. And I basically become an engineer and did that role. But the whole time through my life, I have painted or have sketched because my father's an artist. And I just got to a point in my life where I couldn't go on. Like there was something inside that was just like trying to beat its way through my brain. But I've been taught so structured that, like the spiritual side of me, it's just like I'm learning like a child at this time, and I get to meet all you wonderful people. And like Courtney said, there's points now. I literally only started really pushing my artwork when I found out about the Vision Train, which was just at the start sort of this year, if not like 2021. And it was just like, no, I want to try and see what I can do because of my father's art and my own. And I didn't want to do engineering anymore. It just, every time I get a job opportunity, it's like something is going, no, don't do that. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to be doing art. So it's like you guys listening to you sort of helped me sort of open my heart, basically. And over the past couple of months, I've looked into meditation. I've done meditations and light visions and that sort of thing. And it's a lot to take in. But yeah, so I've really enjoyed it. So today I've been doing, with that really cool music, just started doing like a UV, just straight off lady. But I'll quickly show you some of my forms that I started off with Alicia, like sort of like a progression. And then I'll show you a few of my UV art, if that's all right. Okay. So initially we do like the 1 minute sketches. So this is like starting off in like January sort of time. And this is like a couple of weeks later. So like 1 minute again. So this gets our hand in. She says, well prepared. So like again here, light right, as you can see, and then like 10 minutes. This is after a couple of weeks, but getting in the zone and like spending between 5 and 8 hours on the vision train, just chugging away, and absolutely loving it. So this is another 10 minutes. And then listening to all you artists and how you do form and function and how you shape the body. And because I didn't know how to do hands, I didn't know how to do feet. I was okay at bodies sort of, but you know, so I was just like, right, okay, need to train. I haven't got any money. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, I lost my job during COVID. They chucked me out. So yeah. And also I earned too much money to get any benefits. So yeah, a bit stuck. So this is like really a catharsis for me to focus on what I could get better at, which is internally myself, you know, so spiritually and physically. So yeah, so I really started to get into the bodies then. This is like 10 minutes. So just getting really happy with the shape. Same again here. Yeah, nothing going on. So then the hands I wanted to concentrate on. So I got a bit better at doing those. And my friend was like, oh, I like those too. So yeah. That was after listening to Lucas Art. Alicia was talking about it and about the shape of the hands and using spatial objects to actually form the bodies or form the hands so you get the flow. So my two favorite ones that you might not have seen, Alicia, is like that one, but this one is my body. That one there. This one here.
Nice.
And I used Lucas's idea of this sectioning for the body. And I quite like the ass. So those are my sketches.
I'm so glad that you found your way to our Wednesday sessions, and I've been so impressed watching your growth and progression over the last few months. I just love it. Every week I'm just like, wow, you know, and that's really evidence of what practice does, you know, or like returning to the practice in a form of devotion, you know, in a form of devotion to you know, self and the world around you, you know, and like studying the form in that way. So I commend you. I'm so glad.
Oh, thank you. Well, yeah, basically I'll show you. I started off like, this is like 2000. So
Yeah.
that's before Vision Train. I like psychedelic music and I like to go to festivals, and I've been to Glastonbury before 2000s and I never paid because I look like a teacher, but I'm a bit wild sometimes. So in a good way. But I always wanted to. Yeah, it's my Aztec warrior. I love her, him, it is a they. But yeah, so then I was like, investigate. These are my more recent ones, so more graphic-y, but I wanted to investigate like 3D side of stuff. So you got that one.
Awesome. Light language in there.
Yeah. Well, it's all one line. That's what I was investigating, like all one line. But my favorite one is the heart one, but I dropped it, so I've got to fix the canvas.
Cool. Wow. Super
So
vibrant.
Yeah, it's all oranges and yellows and stuff. And then I was doing freehand because I do all sorts. I love every painting is different. Everything, it just pops out. So this one, I actually smeared the canvas first with my hands because I was a little bit annoyed. And then I was like, what can I make out of this madness? So yeah, so we've got like, it's really hard to see, but yeah, it's all glowing.
Super cool. I love it.
Yeah. I'll show you the one that I'm working on, which was because I wanted to be able to do hands better and make the body look better. So hopefully I can get a good shot of this. This is the one you can never see.
Yes.
But I'll try my best.
Yeah, I love this painting. I can't wait to continue to see where you take
So
it.
I know that I've got to do the feathers. But basically she's, I guess, like me, maybe in the DMT realm, because I'm actually coming out of all of the patination, which is all in 3D. I want to have it so it feels like it's sort of rolling out of the canvas at you. That's the plan anyway. And then she's got some nice breasts. Gotta have pretty ones. And then her face, so, but where's the hand? Yeah, as you see, I'm working on the hand because that's quite a prominent thing.
Awesome.
So yeah,
Awesome
sauce.
Thank you so much for sharing, giving us your studio tour, and
my little shoebox.
and showing us your chronology of your journey with the figure studies on Wednesdays. You know, I mean,
Yeah, I put it up especially.
Yeah, we have a free figure study session here on the Vision Train every Wednesday that I lead. We go through photographed images that are timed. It's super fun, and it's great
In
practice.
all
We have a good
mediums.
time. Yeah, all mediums. Bring whatever you got.
Whatever you could throw out there, or whatever you've got lying around. It's brilliant.
Yeah. And we have little moments of sharing, and it's a good time, you know. And so I'm really glad that you've been coming, and yeah, I look forward to continuing.
Yeah, I'm just super grateful and super happy to be here and to share it with all you beautiful people. It's really, really special. Thank you.
Oh, these offerings, some of these offerings, like Alicia, this commitment that you've had to the figure drawing, and everyone else that's had this commitment, we have these anchors of like, we show up for these things, and we as human beings, I think we need that, and the accountability of each other is so powerful. So yeah, kudos to everybody. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
Awesome, Charlie.
Hey, you right, Carl?
Hey guys.
Hey.
Guys.
I just want to give a big thank you to the whole Vision Train family, because that's really what this has become for so many of us, like the family. When I was introduced to the Vision Train, I came on, there was one, it was Zach Knuckles was on, and he immediately gave me like the best critique ever on a painting that I thought was done. I thought I was just putting some finishing touches on it, and he helped me see it in a whole nother way because he's such a great storyteller, and that's really what was missing in this work I was doing. So thank you, Zach. Thank you. Like, I want to tell you a story about a piece I started on Vision Train. This one here, it's called Concrescence. And I want to include Mark in this story because he was there when I started the piece on the train. And he said some really inspiring things while I was painting that was like the backdrop and the narrative to kind of what I was doing. And one thing he said was, who is that guy who's turning the world for 10 minutes? So, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen so you can see.
Yes, please do.
But I just kept like taking these cues from the music and from Mark, and okay, can you guys see this?
Yes,
This
we can
is so epic.
fantastically.
Yeah, so, okay. So yeah, who is that guy who's turning the world for 10 minutes? It was Mark, actually.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that was looking a little funny. I had two pictures on top of each other, but yeah, so I literally took your comment, Mark, and I tried to paint it, you know? So this guy is kind of turning the world for 10 minutes.
That's so cool. I'm honored to be a part of a tiny little part of the collaboration. This piece is so epic.
Oh my gosh, there were so many people on the train that gave me good advice and just inspired me to do different things, like suggesting things that they saw while I was painting, like volcanic activity up here. I had this idea for the longest time. I wanted to do a wave that like crashed into the sky. And I just felt inspired to do it on the train. It's like a pressure cooker environment for art. You know, you have all of these inspiring eyes watching you, and you're watching them, and you're just kind of bouncing ideas off each other. So really, like, just to go for the idea, like finally, I felt the inspiration on the train to do so. There's a few things on here that I know are hard to see on Zoom, like usually on the train. So I took a couple of like closer images, like, let's see, I wanted to put the one, there he is. That's my son there, meditating on the rocks. So little detail.
I love that so much. And there he is. There he is.
I am his son.
Yes,
Yes, you are. And is that you meditating there on the rocks?
If you're even a big fan, then I'll show my big tigers.
Oh yeah, he'll start sharing now, right? Yeah, yeah.
Kelly, your kids give you critiques on your painting as well, right?
What's that?
Your kids give you advice and critiques on your work?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. They wanted to see some fantastic creatures, some mythological creatures. So put the octopus. I'll always turn to my daughter and my son to look at it, because a child sees with fresh eyes. They're kind of closer to the source maybe than us. So it's always refreshing to ask a child what's going on. And yeah, so that's the concrescence. Concrescence is like an addition to a system by particles. So all these particles, all these nodes on the train have really brought me a lot farther than I was, and I'm really thankful for every one of you.
So can I show my Bengal tigers?
Yeah.
And I even have a Bengal giraffe. And if you're a Bengal fan, then you will like this the most. So I'm going to start with
Does he have art he can show us?
tigers.
So you have to show an artwork, because this is a vision train. Where's your drawing at?
I'm gonna get.
And there's a few pieces that I've done like just on the train, that being one of them, and I'll show you just one more quickly. So it's like awesome to have a few pieces going at once on the train. Just put one down and grab the other one. So this piece has a long story to it, but I ended up meeting somebody who really inspired me, and there's more to come. That's all I gotta say. So I kind of like met my muse, I guess.
I love the dynamic light in your pieces, Kyle.
Oh, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that.
All right. So, but I colored in the book, and I need a point.
All right. Yeah. Does anyone have something to share as well? Can I pass the torch?
Yeah, let's bring up Shannon.
Shannon, thank you, Kyle. I just want to tell you how much I've really, really admired the evolution of that painting.
You'd like a ticket?
Well, thank you, Amanda. You guys, just having everybody in this environment is really inspiring. So thank you. Wow.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Shannon.
Kyle, I just wanted to mention that your paintings, the light in your paintings really brings it out. And I think that's really, really beautiful how you create. So thank you for sharing your artwork. That's really awesome. For the vision, I don't know. I have very intuitive with all the colors that I put in here. It's one of my favorite abstract pieces that I have. With the lighter colors over here with the greens and the whites and the yellows, and then the darker hues down here near the bottom. I actually put in this macrame because there's a hole here, but other than that, it's very flowing. And like I said, it was very intuitive for me to create. It was kind of like a breakthrough, I guess. Kind of getting out of a personal connection and coming back into my artwork and coming back into my creative space, my creative process, and also not doing that alone. So the Vision Train supplies like a space for me to go to where I don't feel alone in creation. And I definitely feel like having creativity and having the gift to be able to create, I can give that to myself. But for me personally, the greater gift is to be able to share that with others. So thank you so much for this space. This is a painting that I'm currently working on. And again, with the abstraction that I have. This one has to do, I was trying to fix proportions, but this one has to do with like my shadow and my lightness and really being able to process a journey of self-acceptance. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Processing that journey, accepting solitude, but also not completely isolating myself and being able to work within my solitude to accept the lessons that I need to accept, to walk along my journey, and to also put myself out there more, because it's really easy for me to isolate. Being in a space where I feel comfortable enough to celebrate what I create has been really important to me. So thank you. That's all I had to share. I get a little nervous on camera, but thank you so much for listening to me.
Oh, you're amazing, Shannon. Yeah. We're so grateful that you took the courage to step up and share your work. It's so beautiful, and the process of that unfolding and the vulnerability, it's very real, and I think it helps all of us. I mean, I get nervous every time too. I'm just like, oh God, here we go. Then we just jump into the flow. Well, appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, one of the most beautiful things to remember is that, we're moving through these moments, and we always get through them. 100% success rate. So always gonna be all right, and so whenever I let those kinds of thoughts take over, I try to remember that, and ultimately, like, the world wants and needs us to be in our passion and like be in what makes us alive. You know, what the world needs right now is for people to do what makes them feel alive, you know. So thank you so much for sharing your beautiful work.
Chloe doll, I saw your hand up, so I had to pull you up. It's so good to see your face.
Hi, thank you.
Suave Rico.
Hello, Rosie. Well, I wanted to thank the whole train, everybody. It's been a couple, well, these 2 past years have been a wave up and down. You were there when I needed help with my mom and everything. Thank you. And well, I just wanted to thank everybody, and I do get emotional as well. And I have a bunch of things that I've done on the train. It's a lot. We can start down here, and then over here, and jump back here. Not you. That one is in progress. But just, I think these past 2 years have been very life-changing for me. And I wanted to thank for all of your support in the train. And as always, here are my companions. But yeah, I did this pretty much everything on the train. I sold some stuff, a lot of teachings. Canon, Zach, Mark, Alicia, Rosie, everybody, thank you.
Oh, this is so beautiful to see all the treasures. Oh, thank you. I have just adored watching your evolution and to share just our lives together here. And I'd love to see, look how we may not have been in person, but there's a piece of you that Alicia's holding right now. You know, and we've had the opportunity to share our work this way too, you know, across all the borders. Live with life.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. On. See, Adrian's here too. Adrian, also from the other, look how colorful your space is now.
Yeah, my progressed, and this is all done on the train. Going back to a year and a half ago, doing the first class with Amanda, I didn't have one painting. I now have this. So, yeah, amazing. I mean, yeah, and Enrique, love you, brother. I mean, he's been such a tremendous presence all the time. I mean, even in your classes on the train, encouraging, just, and I'm pointing out him singularly, but everyone on the train is like him, and he's been, just for me personally, a really great spirit. And yeah, that's why I just want to thank you and love you for that, and everyone on the train, and just it's been an amazing experience, and always learning. And we create works of art, and the more I understand it, the amount of work that goes into painting is, but the amount of work outside of actually the brush is, for me, where it's all happening right now. Spending every painting takes another level of understanding within myself, and it's just been what's the word, just eye-opening. I mean, in ways I never expected, and it's helping me grow, and having this space to feel comfortable to do that is just been, I have no words, because everyone on here, just through their presence, their heartfelt emotions, their openness to talk, you know, and to give you space when you need it. It's all there. So I'm just looking forward to spending so much more time on here when I can. I had a little thing that's been taking up most of my time is our 9-month or 10-month-old son now. So he's been wonderful, all consuming. I've learned to paint in 30-minute segments. So yeah, when I can, I get on the train, but it's generally when you're all asleep. But yeah, I'm just thankful to everyone here, and yeah, I don't have any paintings to share. It's a new one, slowly working on. Gone big. It's a slow process. It's a great one. It's going back to my point where I'm learning. This painting, teaching me things about myself in a process that I'm going through, of an educational process. Let's call it that. I'm just learning to connect in with source, tap into that energy, be guided. And this is kind of just, instead of writing it down, I'm painting it down, and step by step learning. And that's the thing, like, it's a work of art because it's a lot of work that goes in. And like I say, the work outside of the painting is where I'm focusing, but I'm working together with it and everything. Yeah, don't know what I'm saying, but I'm saying it.
It's all embedded.
Yeah, it's all intertwined. It's a harmonious relationship. It's like I had some things that I knew were going to be painted and got the basic structure, but then all these other things are coming in, and the process that I'm setting to work with this particular one, it's delivering on those other things that I want, but in ways that I didn't expect. So it's and then you get to end up with a painting in the end, but it's a wonderful journey. So just grateful that I took that first class with you, Amanda, and Alicia, for helping. And I can't believe, well, I can, but how things have evolved since then, like in life, in painting. It's and it's a constant path, and I'm just grateful to be on the journey with everyone.
Yes. Thank you, Adrian. So much appreciation for you and this growth that we're, having the witness to each other on this journey is like the most beautiful gift. Yeah. So we have, I see Danny Love's hands up, but we have also another friend, Jacob Devaney, in the house, and he only has a short moment to share. So Danny, maybe can go after him. Sweet.
Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you.
Your screen is a testimony to what the dedication of short practices, but consistently returning to it, can do. I mean, look at that body of work behind you.
Thank you. Yay. And so Jacob, our dear friend, we thank you for helping us reach so many more dear friends through the Facebook land and unify, and being just such a beautiful ally on this path,
Right back at you. Both you and Alicia are amazing. I just think it's so beautiful the way that you are just really down to earth and really present and supportive of everyone around you, not just your artistic community, but everyone around you guys. Both are just, you're just so sweet and so supportive. And and I think that is such a special thing, because we kind of have this, I don't know, I guess maybe you see it, with the kind of rock star thing, and, artists kind of create their masterpiece in private and then unveil it, and everybody else looks at it and thinks like, oh my God, you're amazing, and I could never do that. And I just think it's so cool when artists are open with their process and let other people watch them make mistakes and paint over them and evolve. And I love that about the visionary art community. I think the whole community is very welcoming, and it's always really one of my favorite things when I'm at festivals to hang out with the artists and talk with them when they're painting. And I think, there's a couple people that are really kind of at the forefront of creating that culture, and definitely you, Amanda, and Alicia are two of those people. Yeah, so I am not a painter. I am more of a musician and a storyteller, but my relationship with visual art is cultural for me. And it feels really nice to think that my visual art could be, could be included in part of what the Vision Train is. And so I'll just give a little short background, but I'm, my skin is really light. My mother's family is from the Caribbean, and Creole people with that indigenous Caribbean heritage were the first to bear the brunt of Christopher Columbus. And as a result, people couldn't really claim who they were. And so a form of resilience was, to marry Danish and Scottish immigrants so that your grandkids could have light skin and not have to deal with racism. And so there's a lot of secrets in that culture of the indigenous people of the Caribbean. And we generally just call ourselves Creole. And when I started getting older and I wanted to learn some of the untold stories about my family heritage, my uncle in New Orleans said, if you want to learn the stories, you have to do it the traditional way. You have to pick up a needle and thread. And so that was the beginning of my journey into beadwork, which is my form of visual artwork. And the thing about doing the beadwork, I think, is also very similar to the to visionary artists, because especially it's another thing I love about visionary artists is how you all create together, like the way jazz musicians hang out and listen to each other and riff off each other and have conversations or listen to music when they create art. And so the kind of doing the sewing circle with your uncles or your aunties is also a way to be sitting in one place, doing beadwork for hours and hours and hours and hearing stories after stories after stories. So a lot of this stuff is oral history. Only up until about 4 or 5 years ago, all the history books said that people with Taino heritage were extinct. Basically, if you lived on the islands back then and claimed that you were a Taino people from the Caribbean, that meant that you had a claim to the land. So that was kind of like an act of war. So the people that stayed in the Caribbean had to stay quiet about their heritage. And so what they did as a result was to put it into their beadwork, into their cultural expressions that usually come out during carnival season. So there's a lot of depth to what Carnival is. Carnival is a colonial holiday, and people that had mixed heritage from the Caribbean learned to tuck their cultural stories and history into the festival of Carnival, which is mostly a European, related to Catholicism and before Lent and all that. So that's my background. And behind me, you can see up on the wall some of the beadwork. I'll see how well I can get the camera on it. I don't know if you can see the detail very well, but these are, that's a whale tail at the bottom. The sequins are all hand done. So I don't know how well you can see that, but the sequins are all hand done. The rest of them are seed beads. And what we have in the image is, it's really deeply meaningful for me because this is, her name is Art-a-thon, and she's the mother goddess of creation for Taino people. And she has a larimar around her neck, which is a stone that only comes from the Dominican Republic. And the north shore of the Dominican Republic is where Columbus first landed, San Isabella, the first mission in the New World. And the Taino people really bore the brunt of the brutality of Christopher Columbus first, and possibly worse than many other places. So she's the mother goddess of creation. They found this drawing of her in a cave in the North Shore of the Dominican Republic, and in the cave are bats, and the bats represent ancestors. And her belly button is actually a piece of coral. It's a coral bead. And she's giving birth. It's kind of symbolic of breaking of the waters. She's giving birth to her son, Jukahu, who is the god that represents the waters, mostly standing waters and lakes, but it also works with the ocean and the sea, and the coral being our relationship. We all come from the ocean. And so the whale tail at the bottom, the whale is an ancient mammal of the sea, and they migrate thousands of miles, and they sing new songs every year when they migrate. And so the whale is considered the keeper of the stories and the songs of the sea. And yeah, so this represents a reclaiming of the wounds that happened at the beginning of colonialism. And the back of this is going to have, it has Velcro on it, and it's going to be Velcroed onto a suit that I'll wear for Carnival. So there you have it. It's the little beads are, they're made of glass. And so I like to think of it as kind of like stained glass, working with light moving through colored glass. So yeah, that's, I was really excited that you guys invited me. I wasn't expecting it. Oh yeah, there was a really important part of this I forgot to mention that is also inspired by Amanda, is I put it in a egg. Originally, it was just the square here, and I kept looking at it and thinking, it needs to be bigger, it needs to be more, and I don't want it to be square because it's really, in a lot of ways, I feel like it's square to me reminds me of colonialism, whereas a hoop or a circle reminds me of indigenous, and it's the bay is also about reclaiming the feminine. So the egg is also really about honoring the feminine and the birth of something new. And so I kind of feel like healing the initial wound of colonialism is it has to happen in the Caribbean. And I kind of spent a lot of years being really kind of quiet about it, because my skin is so light. And it's just funny because I have relatives with dark skin or frizzy hair or whatever, and they're not, a lot of them are not as interested in the culture and keeping it. And so I feel like in some sort of way, my grandmother didn't want me and our generation to have to deal with the racism. And so my skin's light, and I think in some ways that makes me want to yearn that much more to express those parts of my own ancestry that were kept secret. So for me, visionary art is really, for me, my relationship to it is through the community and the friends, and my own visual expressions are cultural and ancestral. So.
Stunning, stunning work.
So much. And, you know, Jacob is an incredible storyteller, you know, that is a lineage holder of many, multiple different lineages. And we've talked about this going deeper into sharing some of these stories on the train. And you're an incredible musician. So I love all the weavings and the ways that you do carry the traditions forward in a way that maybe, you know, wouldn't be suspected, right? But it's so authentic. And that you're a clown too, right? You show up.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
All the
It
way.
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I usually, when I wear these suits, I do put on the white face, and I feel like that's also symbolic of in a way, when you put a mask on, you're free of like your ego. You're like, I'm now this other being. I'm not me anymore. But also for me ancestrally, I like that metaphor because, my grandmother was a dark-skinned woman from the island that was married to a white man, and that was illegal in the 50s. And my mom was a mulatto woman who was raised in the South in the 50s, late 50s, early 60s. And so I feel like for me, the symbology of putting on a white face is really, it's kind of ancestral in that way. So yeah, it is clowning, but in a weird kind of way, even a more real part of myself even comes out when I have a mask on. So yeah, it's fun. Art is a really spectacular thing, especially when we can inhabit it, in our full being. So yeah.
Yes, I wanna bring up Ernesto, who just put in the chat. Figured I'd just thread you in here right now since you shared that you're also from the Caribbean.
Yeah, I'm actually super truly inspired by having to participate today here. My friend Amanda from like Foamy Homies, Foam Camp and stuff, like she shared the link with me and I was like, wow, I thought this will be amazing to participate. Like I'm truly honored and like super happy for like just witnessing this whole day within my corporate job and then having to come home and be like, wow, this is awesome, because I've been part of like many different festivals, building, creating, spray painting, doing just like expression in many different like aspects of my life, and hearing the story about like the Caribbean and all that. So my dad's from the Caribbean Ocean, from a land that is called Hadacaquiva, which is like the peninsula de Paraguaná. Paraguaná means the land on the sands in the ocean in Venezuela. And then my mom is from the Andes. So like it's like the ocean meets the mountains,
Yeah.
And yeah, like a lot of us, we have had to live our life and just living our life the best way that we can, and then like just living it through it in a very underground way, which is part of our culture. Is like like I felt like coming here and understanding it's like, oh, you're even an indigenous and all this stuff. It's like a terminology that we have put it within ourselves in order for people to understand who we are when we come from the land, and I was like, well, I wanted to like share this because I travel a lot and I do so many things, and then I'm spray painting, doing graffiti related to like more like colorful artwork and stuff like that. So, and I've been just drawing a lot in Procreate, like just going in a lot of my plants and a lot of the plants, that culture that I grew up with them within my family. And I just want to share that with you all and start zooming in. So, this is kind of like big part of like my culture, and a lot of different like graffiti pieces and everything just coming along together within the last like 4 years, something like that, when I've been traveling and touring and stuff like that. And I'm just gonna start like zooming in into this part of the screen, so just to share like the colorful part of like where I'm from, like the culture, just like a connection with the plants, the animals, and the way that we kind of see the world through like music. I grew up with macaws, like spear fishing, like just swimming with like stingrays and whales and stuff like that. It's just like the way that we grew up, And this is like kind of like the representation, like the kid in the macaw of like my dad, my nephews, me. So it's like they're all the ones that come within our culture that we're kind of like embracing, like, and just getting all those downloads. And it's kind of like a cultural responsibility to keep on being ourselves and being our ways, So, and this is like a representation of that within the animal and the fluorescent color that we are coming from the jungle and the ocean, and it's like this was like a graffiti like flower piece that as soon as I just start like coming deep into it, I just start seeing the whales and multiple characters that just like they start coming along within the piece. And as a, you know, as this is like inspired after seeing so many of like Amanda Sage painting live and meditations or other festivals and stuff like that, and seeing a lot of visionary artists, and then me doing my own thing within the festival. I was like, oh, I wish I could have the time to travel with paints and doing all the stuff, which I done. And luckily for me, I got an iPad where I'm able to create on the go when I'm climbing, surfing, on my trips, like just like all of the places that I get to be and get inspired to it. And I felt that it was like, oh, I have something to share, you know, within some of the inspiring characters that I just come across in like culture from graffiti, growing up in the jungle. And, you know, it's just like a representation of like who we are and part of like our symbology. You know, I call myself Boratio, which is like part of like Caribbean language, you know, like Caquetillo, actually, that's what it's called, you know, roots of the Amazon. And, you know, just like coming along some of these pieces together within like both world, like the underworld and then the shape shifting of like the people that come from the jungle that they just transform into multiple animals to just like talk to them and be, you know, because as we die, we just transform into animals within our different lives, you know, like, and it's just kind of that representation of like culture, where I'm from, and a lot of the visions that I have that I just like put together into this. And this is my actual face transformed into a jaguar shape. And then just these are actually my eyes, but more like hand like drawn into like, okay, this is actually the way that I see myself when I enter into like sacred like plant space, which is sort of plant is one that is called Cohoa. So that's what the one that we used to use and we still use, and I still wild harvest. And luckily I'm able to wild harvest it here in like a couple islands in the Caribbean and actually in Florida as well too. It grows naturally. So yeah, and that's kind of like a little zoom out of the paint, you know, just the sun. So we call the sun Kasi. So Kasi means like a sacred woman or creation or light. So we call ourselves like Churu Meruns, which means sons of the sun. So that's for sure that. So that's part of like where I come from, and I feel in a very comfortable space here to just share art, and I feel happy to have this space to do so, you know. Thank you.
Amazing.
Love it.
I love these little moments, you know, of these connections, like to be here with Jacob and then Ernesto to come in, and these little threads, you know, that's like the magic of what the train can do. We're in different places, but we have similar bloodlines that are weaving, and through the art, it weaves it all together. So
yeah.
Thank you both.
Yay.
Thank you both. We have a couple.
You. I love the kid on the parrot too, or the macaw is beautiful. It's very childlike.
Yeah, gorgeous work, Vanessa. I hope you come back and play with us on the train more. Yay. Just save the link. And we got a couple more shares, but we're actually, and then we're going to wrap this segment up. Emily Scully is going to offer a beautiful yoga practice for creatives. So I think we could all use that movement in our bodies, so we can dive.
I see somebody with their hand up too.
Yes, we're gonna bring up Ree, and we're gonna bring up Danny Love and Paulina, and then I think we're going to close out after them. So hi, dears. Let's see, who would like to share first?
Hello, Vision Train. I love you. Happy birthday. I'll go quick because I feel like I'm full of really good words, and I'm just a mirror of all the works and all the sentiments, and my deep gratitude for our teacher, Amanda, and our engineer, and also teacher Alicia and everyone else. So I'll deep gratitude. So I'm almost done with this one. I started with the Transformation 2020, and I'm almost done. I'm just adding a lot of glitter on top, and I just can't stop. So this is a place that I love and anchors light for all of us. I'm all about evolution, and I believe in humanity. I know that we can do this. And so I take this work very seriously of being a beacon. And we also have to be aware of the darkness. We can't ignore it. We have to look at it and look at it right in the eyes. And, it's part of what we need to do. So I see it and I'm willing to dance with it and help it transform. So all the light that I can bring in, that's what I'm gonna do. This is a little dragon that I also painted, mostly things on the train. The lighting is kind of not very good, but it's also a dragon of light and love that is anchoring as much light as possible. And last year, I had all this energy about all these emotions about what's happening in the world. And I stepped into activism, which was a big thing for me because I was very comfortable in my corner. And I decided to step into that role and put my voice out there in my life. It's a little scary, a little bit, but I don't care. And I'm gonna keep doing that. And in that process, I started painting this guy, and I called it the Guardian of the Warriors of Good. And I feel like this guardian is a very powerful guardian, and it protects us. So it protects the world. But especially those of us that are risking our livelihoods and everything to be activists. So this is my guardian and the guardian of all the warriors of good out there. There's many of you. Thank you. And there's activists that have been doing it for way longer. So gratitude. And we got what it takes. And the Vision Train is that place where we can train and develop and practice and develop what does it look like? What does evolution look like? And it looks like this. So I am super honored to be part of this. I love you all. And if Amanda said something that I want to kind of highlight, I don't remember the words verbatim, but your voice matters a lot. The questions that you ask, the things that you see, all of it matters. Don't think that it doesn't matter. You'll see that the moment that you step into an active role, people are going to want more of it because it matters. And what you say and what you do has a huge impact. So I think it's important that we understand the power that we hold and that we need to wield that power. It's up to us. So get out of the corner, little by little, but wield the power. It gives us our responsibility to change things. So gratitude and love to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. Yeah, and the thing is that it's not always easy to step out with your voice. It's not easy to put yourself out there, and that's why having this community that is on a mission together, that supports and stands by one another and sees one another for their goals and their potential and their vision and wants to support one another in achieving that is what it's all about. So it's in returning to the sense of community that we once absolutely had to have to survive, and ultimately the stepping away from that community is leading towards us seeing things happening in the world that we're not comfortable with, right? So we have to come back together, and we can only do it together. We can only do it together, So yeah, thank you for being a beacon of light, Danny.
Choo choo! Thanks for being an awesome conductor and always a wonderful ally. Love you, Danny Love. Yay! And Ree in the house, all the way from Melbourne. Oh, you are such a colorful fairy on this train. I love seeing into your window and seeing, your creations and your world unfold. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having the space. It was good to have the space, especially during like the 2020, 21, especially being in Melbourne, like of how like the lockdowns that we had here. So I kind of had a space to kind of come to. I don't really like get on and talk much on here, but it was good to kind of just be in a room full of everyone, and just everyone, see everyone's faces and you know, doing some of the workshops and stuff like that. Yeah, I actually found some of the things from the workshops that I've done on the train. This is with Alicia's workshop we did.
Yes, magic and art, baby.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I don't know if you can, it's kind of hard to see the lighting, but what else? I think it's Stefan's one, the landscape.
Yes.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That was kind of like my first real landscape that I've done.
Oh.
Now I think I did this one. Yeah, the train.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that with Posca markers, paint markers.
Trip me out.
Yeah, I'm actually, I find most times I have to work with Posca markers because it just dries quicker. I have to, because I got like my hands problems, joint pains. So a lot of my styles vary just depending on like how my hands work. So I can, that's another. So I do a lot of ink work because it's quick and it's a bit loose with holding the brush. So
Gorgeous. You know, and it may be like using more of your arm. You know, there's like a boldness to your work that may come from using your arm even more than your hand.
yeah, between the train and because also the COSM member circles. So we did a God self portrait, and I completed it on the train while I was on here.
Wow.
And I did.
Lovely. Wow.
I love you got the Cosm charm on your neck too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was wearing it at the time. So I just did these in Posca markers as well. Alex and Allyson. Like,
cool.
Oh, how cool.
Have they seen those?
Yeah, they saw that.
So neat.
And yeah, currently just working on a couple of ones in the background. Yeah, and I don't know what I'm doing with them. I'm just kind of whatever random like style that I'm doing at the time with those ones. So I'm kind of stuck on them. So I've just been staring at them for now. And
you know, I think that a lot of the work happens when you're looking at the painting. Like, you know, I'm serious. I think it's like 80% of the work is looking at the painting.
yeah, well, I sort of done a lot with that one. And I think I should be able to show some of this one a bit.
Yes. Yes, she's fabulous. Awesome. Yeah, I've loved watching you play the rainbow light, and then watching these paintings flicker in that light is just pretty magical.
Yeah, this one I paint under the moving lights. Trying to because it all animates under the lights.
Yeah.
And it's really noticeable when you make the image black and white. It's like old movie footage, animated. So it's just slowly doing that one, but it's hard because I like to do it, while the lights are moving. So it's like, it's good because it kind of like forces me to, make a mark. You've got a second, catch the light, whatever color you're working with. So not to think too much, just make the mark, next color, make the mark, next color. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much, Ree. It's such a pleasure to have you here on the train, and look forward to see where it's going to continue to take us.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Thank you to everybody for sharing. I think we have Paulina up next, don't we?
Yeah, there she is.
Hey, is my internet okay?
Seems all right.
Okay. Yeah, hey everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I couldn't miss the 2-year anniversary. I was like, I have to be there. But yeah, I haven't been on the train in so long. A lot has been happening, which I can share after, but I'll show you my painting. All the paintings that I did on the train, a lot of them were like commissions or they're in event spaces now, but I have one here.
Yes.
So,
Oh, this one is mind-blowing.
So it was a journey, this one. My camera's not the best. But yeah, it's kind of hard to see on the camera. I started off with like clouds. Clouds are basically my favorite thing. The sky in general, like it's my biggest inspiration. And I think it was like September, October. I was in like the lowest part of my life probably. And I was like, I just need a painting to, you know, like a healthy escape where I can just see where it takes me. And yeah, and then I finished the clouds and then I had this realization of like, you know, there is like, I remembered like the light and the beauty in the world and I like felt myself again. And so then I did this sort of mandala beneath the clouds. And then I showed it at the Toronto Visionary Art Show. And I knew it wasn't finished, but it was up on the wall. And because I had just done the white lines. And I knew it wasn't finished though. And then I came back to it and I was like, I have to put in like a dark shadow with the white lines. And so then I like went into the shadows, and at the same time I was doing some shadow work that I had put off, and the shadow work was like really impactful and I really needed to like complete that. And yeah, and then I actually ended up quitting my job and I became a full-time artist and part-time hairstylist from home. Thanks to the Vision Train and everybody's teachings, especially Anya, you know, all her business class was like super helpful. And it's something I've always wanted to do. And I just didn't know how to do it. And I made the leap and I was at my lowest in September, October, because I had been trying to get pregnant for 2 years, like alongside with COVID, I was like really struggling. And then I quit my job and just being at home, doing my art and doing hair from home. I was like way less burnt out and I got pregnant. And so it's been really exciting. I haven't been on the train because I've been like super nauseous all day, all night, really nauseous and really tired. So I've just been taking this time to take care of my body and stay hydrated and eat. And I think in about a week or so, I'll be able to jump back into everything. But I'm so happy I came today because everybody's so inspiring and it's so nice to see everybody's work and everybody talk about it. And every time I come on the train, I'm just reminded of like this, how amazing this community is. Like it's really changed my life and I'm just so, so grateful. And thank you for putting today together and yeah, happy birthday, Vision Train.
Oh, congratulations. So
Thanks.
happy for you. And just so beautiful to hear, you know, how you were inspired to make moves that have literally like changed the course of your life.
Yeah, changed my like physical body, emotionally, spiritually, like, but leading up to that was difficult, you know. It's like, oh, this is an intense decision, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to believe in myself. I'm going to trust myself and work hard. And And I have all those tools because of you guys, everybody's teachings, Amanda and Anya, and like everybody. Like I took so many classes and it really changed everything. And I'm so grateful.
Oh, wow. What wonderful, amazing news for us to close out this segment of our birthday. These kinds of major life shifts and are so encouraging.
I
And
love that we have 3 babies coming through in our core Vision Train crew right now. So exciting.
yes. Awesome. Yes. And so I'm going to go back to our gallery view here and just a shout out to this whole crew here. And I see Eduardo's here, beaming in from Costa Rica. I see John in the house and Austin and Lauren and Kimberly Ann and Rosie Rose. I think we had Michael here painting. Oh, there's Michael. Michael, look at him go. I just got to spotlight you for a moment here, Michael. Painting there in the field, going for it. Look at that
Yes.
beautiful canvas.
Yes.
Here at the sunset, starting to go down. What a wonderful
Beautiful.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for coming. And
Yeah,
you know,
love y'all
you were
so much.
such a support at in the early Vision Train days. Truly, truly, you had our backs, and I am so grateful to you, and I'm really, really glad to see you here today.
Yeah, well, it's just a joy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, for the community, love everybody. So many beautiful things.
Yeah.
Good timing.
Good
The story of us, of humanity, and us being happy and in nature. It's so simple, but it's very powerful.
So
Yeah.
simple.
Love y'all.
Love you. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, happy birthday, y'all.
One crescendo after the next.
Oh my gosh. I'm getting awful clumped.
Oh. Wow.
Well, that's what we're doing here, though, you know, like we are healing wounds, you know, like that's what this is, you know, this space is a community healing through art womb.
Yes.
And sometimes there's a couple of us swimming around in this womb, and sometimes there's 46 of us, you know, and I'm just so grateful, you know. The second anniversary of the Vision Train is like, I can't hardly imagine life before the Vision Train, but it's also gone by so fast in so many ways, you know. And the second anniversary is the cotton anniversary. And so as I was thinking about that, I was thinking about like the cotton of the canvas, you know, and the weave of the fabric, and all of us being our own strings, you know, and our past and our future going each direction, you know, but where they crisscross is this moment that we're in right now. And all those little crisscrosses of the pattern on the canvas is all of us here right now in our nows, with our past and our futures all in their own lines, you know, but we're here in these moments, crossing in the presence, you know. And so it just seems really poignant to like remember that as we come back together in celebration of the second anniversary of what we came here in the first place to do, which was get to the canvas, you know, that we get to the canvas, you know. And so I hope that you guys have been inspired to make new work today, and have started them right now, or intend to, or have gotten in your sketchbooks and jotted down some ideas. And yeah, it's such a special gift to be able to experience being in a supportive community. So many of us have not had that, you know. I think probably every person here has experienced not having that, and that makes us super grateful when we come together and feel that we're not alone, and that there are people that are in our corner, and that our exes are crossing right next to each other, and we form this beautiful tapestry of life and are painting the future together, or weaving the future together, or making music for the future together, and all the poetry that we've shared today and everything. I mean, whoa, we are so blessed to be here at this intersection of the past and the future. And I'm so honored to be here with all of you. Thank you, Amanda. And thank you to you all.
Choo choo. All right, I'm going to turn off the live feed.
Choo choo.